An unspeakable presence drifted through the endless void. Clad in white, eldritch armor, its colossal form was etched with spinning galaxies and collapsing stars. Reality bent simply by its existence. Laws unraveled. Time screamed. Entire universes were pulled toward its gaping maw and erased in silence. This being was Drakkon, devourer of realities, god of unmaking. In his clawed grasp burned a molten spear, forged from dying suns. Each swing tore through the multiverse, shattering timelines like glass. Then, boom! A beam of radiant power ripped across the void and slammed into Drakkon's face. Space fractured as he staggered back, his roar tearing open rifts across existence. Hovering before him stood a warrior in crimson armor, blazing with the ancient power of the Morphin Grid. Drakkon. This ends now. One by one, figures emerged beside him. Rangers from countless eras, each glowing with immeasurable power. The last defense of the multiverse. Drakkon's laughter rumbled like collapsing worlds. Jason Lee Scott, he sneered. You and your Rainbow Legion. Screaming ants clawing at a storm. Do you really think you matter? A ranger in a black exosuit stepped forward, ancient sigils pulsing across his armor. You've slaughtered entire timelines, Tommy Oliver growled. What more could you possibly want? Drakkon's grin split wide, revealing interdimensional fangs. Want, he echoed. I am beyond desire. I am despair. Corruption. The end of what was, what is, and what never shall be. I will become the source of entropy itself, once I unravel the secrets of the Morphin Grid. Reality convulsed. A figure cloaked in black and gray stepped forward, half machine, half phantom. We won't let you, the Phantom Ranger said. Even if it costs us everything. Drakkon turned slowly, contempt dripping from his voice. My discarded tool. Stay out of this, puppet. Jason stepped forward again, eyes blazing. The Morphin Masters will stop you. Your reign ends here. At the name, Drakkon snarled. I have crushed their kind by the dozens. I am beyond fate, beyond balance. I am Drakkon. He raised his spear. The void tore open. From the rift poured horrors born of collapsed timelines. Twisted Zords. Corrupted Rangers. Abominations of forgotten realities. Defend the grid. Jason roared. The Rangers charged. Jason struck Drakkon head-on, crimson energy detonating on impact. Tommy's blade split dimensions, lightning screaming through reality. The Phantom Ranger unleashed focused annihilation beams. They fought as living legends. And it still wasn't enough. Drakkon snarled. Enough. From the shadows behind him, two figures emerged. Death Ranger. Dark Spectre. The battlefield shattered. Death Ranger clashed with Tommy, necrotic power ripping through space. Dark Spectre cackled as he engaged the Phantom Ranger. Jason stood alone before Drakkon once more. No matter how many times we stop you, Jason muttered, fists clenched. You keep coming. Drakkon hesitated. Jason's power was rising. Not naturally. The grid itself was answering him. Drakkon raised both arms. Annihilation beam. Crimson light rained from the void. Entire armies vanished. Monsters, allies, corrupted rangers, all erased in an extinction event spanning countless universes. When the light faded, only 6 remained. Jason, Tommy, Phantom Ranger, and their enemies. Drakkon laughed. You thought this was a battle? I am the end of legacy itself. Jason turned to his comrades. No words were needed. Only resolve. They reached for their morphers. The grid screamed. Energy surged beyond all limits. Reality tore itself apart. One detonation could erase universes. 3 would end everything. Dark Spectre and Death Ranger fled through emergency rifts. Drakkon raised his spear. Too late. Chains of pure grid light wrapped around him. Jason held fast. For everyone. Boom. The explosion consumed all. Space. Time. Matter. Void. Jason, Tommy, and the Phantom Ranger faded with smiles on their faces. So did Drakkon. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, something moved. Broken. Burning. Drakkon's essence clawed itself back together. Curse them, he screamed. I burn my core to survive, but it doesn't matter. The Rangers are gone. The grid will be mine. He vanished. 5 radiant figures arrived. The Morphin Masters. The Red Master extended his hand. Receive. White orbs drifted into his grasp. Souls. Legacies. Heroes. All is as it should be, he said. They vanished. Elsewhere. Beyond reality. The Morphin Masters stood before a formless presence. The one above all. The cycle has ended, they said. A new reality must rise. TA accepted the glowing orbs. So it shall be. When the Masters faded, TA spoke softly. This will be far more chaotic than expected. Unseen by all. The omniversal grid watched. And it chose its champion. The soft, rhythmic tapping of keys echoed through a vast, immaculate office. Marble floors reflected the glow of towering screens. Floor-to-ceiling windows framed the city skyline like a living painting. Gold accents and minimalist design spoke of power without excess. At the center sat a young man, posture straight, eyes locked on the monitor. His fingers moved with effortless precision, executing commands as if success itself were routine. This was Zane Callahan, 18 years old, the youngest and richest CEO on the planet. To the public, Zane was a phenomenon, a prodigy who redefined ambition. Media hailed him as the peak of human potential. Innovator, philanthropist, visionary, someone who made it seem like time bent his will. And none of it was exaggerated. Apex, the company he founded and led, dominated nearly every sector that mattered. Technology, medicine, global security, agriculture, artificial intelligence. If something could reshape the world, Apex was already there. But greatness demanded a price. Zane never had a normal childhood. While others wasted time, he trained. While teenagers chased distractions, he studied under elite mentors and pushed his body to its limits. At 16, he entered the Navy and completed SEAL training without favors or shortcuts. He demanded perfection from the world because he demanded it from himself first. Yet beneath the polished image was a quieter truth. Zane was an orphan. Though he had living relatives, they had abandoned him when he needed them most. The orphanage raised him. Now those same relatives sought his attention, drawn by wealth and fame. Zane gave them exactly what they once gave him. Nothing. Despite his status, looks, and endless temptation, he had never been with anyone. Not out of naivety, but caution. Trust was rare. Loyalty even rarer. His life followed strict rules. Clean food. Clean habits. No alcohol. No indulgence. A controlled existence shaped by discipline and mild obsession. But there was one indulgence he never denied himself. Comics. Zane Callahan, global tycoon and former Navy SEAL, was a devoted fan of comics, manga, anime, and superhero lore. It wasn't just entertainment. It was refuge. His favorite had always been Power Rangers. Not the sanitized version remembered by children, but the darker comics. The brutal arcs. The moral cost of heroism. The first comic his father ever gave him, right before he died, was a Power Rangers issue. That book became a lifeline. A reminder that even when everything fell apart, someone could still stand up and fight. Tonight was no different. Zane wrapped up a high-stakes virtual meeting with a private space exploration firm. Potential valuation, $5 trillion. When the call ended, he leaned back and exhaled. Another win, he muttered. Time to go home. The elevator ride was silent. Employees working late greeted him respectfully as he passed. Good night, sir. Rest well, boss. Zane nodded, smiling faintly. Apex wasn't just a corporation to him. It was a family. Minutes later, he drove through quiet streets toward his hilltop mansion. The house was enormous, futuristic, and empty. So big, he murmured, stepping inside. So quiet. His routine followed like muscle memory. Shower. Security check. Clean meal. Lockdown. Then came the reward. Behind a hidden panel was a dimly lit room, unlike the rest of the house. Warm. Personal. Alive. Shelves lined every wall, sealed and climate-controlled. Comics. Manga. Rare editions. Signed volumes. A private museum. At the center stood a single display case. Power Rangers number 1. 1994. The comic his father had given him. Zane rested his hand on the glass. Still here, he whispered. He selected a fresh volume from the shelf, Power Rangers, the coinless, Volume 3, and sat cross-legged on the floor. Blood. Betrayal. Drakkon's forces closing in. No way they make it out of this, he muttered. Unless someone pulls a miracle. Time passed unnoticed. For an hour, he wasn't a CEO. He was just a kid who believed in heroes. When he finished, he carefully returned the book. All right, he yawned. Enough saving the multiverse for one night. He turned out the lights and slipped into bed. Peaceful. Too peaceful. Because far beyond his awareness, something ancient stirred. A force older than time. Beyond universes. Beyond even the Morphin Grid. The omniversal grid had noticed him. Realities were merging. Balance was breaking. And Zane Callahan had been chosen. Whether he was ready or not.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The sounds of chattering and blaring horns filled the air, the morning streets of New York already buzzing with life. Sunlight cut through the gaps in the blinds, piercing directly into Zane Callahan's eyes. He stirred, face creasing into a frown. Is something wrong with the cooling system? He mumbled groggily. He sat up, still half asleep, expecting the familiar sight of his sleek, minimalist bedroom. Instead, his eyes landed on peeling wallpaper, creaky wooden furniture, and an old fan spinning lazily on the ceiling. Zane blinked. Once. Twice. His face remained neutral as he scanned the unfamiliar room. No panic. Just calculated observation. He dropped back onto the bed, arms crossed behind his head. Okay, he muttered. Still dreaming. Probably overstressed. But minutes passed, and the familiar chill of his state-of-the-art temperature system never came. Sweat clung to his forehead. The air felt too real. This time, he sat up sharply. What the fuck, he muttered, standing. Where the hell am I? He inspected the room again. Wood flooring, dusty curtains, an old bookshelf stacked with faded paperbacks. The place looked lived in, but modest. Definitely not his ultra-secure mansion. He walked through the hallway, finding himself in a two-story home that screamed middle-class comfort instead of billionaire fortress. He flung the front door open and stepped outside. The bustling noise hit him full force, foot traffic, cars honking, kids racing down sidewalks. But it wasn't the chaos that stole his breath. It was the billboard across the street. Stark Industries, pioneering the future. Zane froze. No way. He didn't even process the people around him anymore. Didn't hear the impatient driver yelling at someone to move. His brain hit a hard reboot. He turned around, walked back inside, and sat heavily on the bed. Okay, he said aloud, rubbing his temples. Let's not jump to conclusions. He stood and walked to a dusty desk in the corner. A laptop sat there, ancient by his standards, but functional. He powered it on, found an unsecured Wi-Fi network, and got to work. Hours passed. He combed through news articles, press releases, and videos. First came the expected headlines. Tony Stark declares himself Iron Man. That tracked. But then, he found them. A video feed. Shaky footage from a civilian phone. 3 individuals in sleek, stylized suits battling alien-looking creatures in Times Square. It wasn't CGI. It wasn't a hoax. Dino Thunder suits. Zane breathed, eyes wide. That's Kira's blaster. And Connor's armor. What the actual hell? He slammed the laptop shut and leaned back, exhaling long and hard. God damn it. Who the hell you-ted me into a Power Rangers Marvel crossover? He stared at the ceiling. Would have been easier dealing with just Thanos. Now we've got weekly kaiju battles and interdimensional invasions to look forward to. Perfect. Still, his expression slowly shifted. Annoyance gave way to something else. A smirk. Well, adapt or die. Isn't that what I always say? He stood up again, sharper now. Calmer. He searched the room for any identification and, to his surprise, found everything in order. IDs, student cards, bank credentials. Name, Zane Callahan. Age, 18. Status, orphan. School, Midtown High. Bank balance, $300,000. Background, martial arts prodigy, some local awards. Okay, mysterious universe god, thanks for not screwing me over, he said dryly. Could have done worse. He took out a notebook from the desk and began jotting down everything he knew. Stark is alive. Power Rangers exist, Dino Thunder confirmed. Likely a fused universe, MCU plus PR canon. Timeline, pre-Avengers, post-Iron Man reveal Midtown High equals Peter Parker's school. He paused. Ancient One might be a problem, he muttered. She'll probably sense the anomaly sooner or later. He shrugged, then began tidying the house. Despite everything, Zane's obsession with order never faded. He vacuumed, dusted, and wiped down every surface. An hour later, the place looked respectable. Feeling more at ease, he returned to his notebook. All right, he said aloud, sitting at the desk again. I've got knowledge. Strength. Prep time. Let's build the future. He wrote out 2 columns, short-term goals and long-term goals. Short-term. Blend in at school, gauge tech level, locate major players, Parker, Stark, Doctor Strange, etc. Acquire lab access for physical enhancement. At least I'll have enough strength to protect myself. Long-term. Unlock potential of this body/universe. Learn magic since it's possible in this universe. Avoid unnecessary attention from cosmic beings. Create contingency plans for multiversal events. Despite the chaos of the day, something about this world excited him. A part of him, the part that had devoured comics and watched every anime and superhero series imaginable, was silently screaming with joy. This was the dream. A chance to be part of something bigger than a boardroom or battlefield. He stood, stretched, and cracked his knuckles. Time to explo. A heavenly chime interrupted him. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on successfully transmigrating. The Omniversal Grid is at your service. Zane froze. A translucent screen hovered in front of him, pulsing with energy. White text shimmered against a blue-silver interface. What the? He stepped closer, eyes wide. Did I just get the protagonist treatment? He squinted at the text. Omniversal Grid? I only know the Morphin Grid. What the hell is this? Correct. The Morphin Grid is a shard of the greater Omniversal Grid. Would you like a comprehensive explanation, Master? Zane's heart pounded. A dozen theories flashed through his mind. Was this an AI? A divine entity? A system? Why was he chosen? He stared at the screen for several long seconds before finally speaking. Yes, he said, voice firm. Tell me everything. Zane sat still on the edge of the bed, the screen hovering silently before him like a divine presence waiting to be acknowledged. A low hum resonated in the room, barely audible, yet it carried weight. His expression remained neutral, but his mind churned. This wasn't a simulation. Not a dream. He was seeing it, whatever it was. The screen glowed brighter. Shall I begin the explanation, Master? Zane exhaled slowly, hands on his knees. Go on. Acknowledged. Welcome to the Fusion World, a reality woven from the strands of both your Marvel and Ranger universes. The result of a multiversal convergence event. Zane's eyes narrowed. Multiversal convergence? Correct. This world is stabilized, but volatile. Within it, Rangers operate alongside Avengers. Super soldiers walk the same streets as Power Rangers, and threats from both sides bleed into one another. The grid paused before continuing. You were chosen not by chance, but because your soul resonated with the original core of the Omniversal Grid, the true source beyond the Morphin Grid itself. Zane stood and walked toward the window, looking out into the bustling New York cityscape. And no one else can access this? No one. You are the only living being attuned to the omniversal grid. A perfect match. Even the greatest Rangers and the strongest Marvel heroes cannot touch it. He turned, folding his arms. So, what does that mean, practically speaking? It means you are the Omni-Ranger, the first and only. Capable of using the power of every Ranger form ever conceived, and those yet to be created. That finally drew a flicker of reaction from Zane. His jaw flexed slightly. Damn, that sounds like a lot of responsibility, he said after a moment. All right, since I was chosen, what exactly am I up against in this chaotic universe? The screen shimmered, shifting to an image, a tall, white-armored figure with jagged crimson patterns and a cracked helmet. The eyes burned with power. Lord Drakkon. A corrupted version of Tommy Oliver, who defied fate and devoured multiple Ranger powers across timelines. In this world, he has grown beyond the limits of Ranger universes. He has begun siphoning power from Marvel entities. Dormammu, Ultron Prime, and even fragments of Celestials. Zane's brows furrowed. How? That shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't. But this is no longer a normal universe. Drakkon learned to exploit the weak points created during the fusion. He now aims to dominate all Morphin-based and enhanced power sources, and if he finds you, he will also want yours. A silence settled in the room. Shit, Zane ran a hand through his hair, grounding himself. Calm down, Zane, you can handle this much pressure. So, what do I do first? It is time for you to begin a new era of Ranger legacy and succeed where your predecessors failed. Accept the welcome package. It contains everything needed to begin your journey as the Omni-Ranger. The screen pulsed, and a small digital chest materialized before him in a flash of light. It opened slowly with a hiss of steam, revealing sleek armor pieces, weapons, and an interface band. Zane knelt, studying it all. This is your base suit, D-rank Omni-Ranger suit. Fully customizable. Lightweight adaptive weave. Configurable systems. It grows with you. Grid description. The Omni-Ranger suit is a high-performance, elite-tier armor system designed for agility, authority, and close-quarters combat efficiency. The primary color scheme consists of deep crimson and matte black, accented with gold trim and armor plating to signify rank and command presence. The helmet features a sharp, angular design with black, horn-like projections and a red-tinted visor, providing advanced visual filtering and intimidation factor. Chest and shoulder armor are reinforced with gold pauldrons and a V-shaped chest plate, enhancing protection while allowing flexible movement. A red and gold half-cape is attached at the shoulder, functioning both as a visual distinction and a kinetic dampener for mid-air spins. The gauntlets and boots are reinforced with lightweight golden plating, while embedded gold diamond-shaped guards protect the knees and shins. The utility belt features a central buckle that houses the morph core and connects to the short blade sheathed at the waist, optimized for precision strikes. This suit is engineered for high mobility, symbolic leadership, and frontline engagement. Zane touched the interface. This console allows you to design variations of your suit, weapons, vehicles, and more. As you complete quests and grow stronger, the suit will evolve through C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and eventually EX-tier configurations for now. Alongside the suit were high-tech guns, dual blasters called Omni-Bursts, a wrist-mounted compact energy launcher dubbed the Nova Spark, and a sleek silver lance known as the Omni-Lance, and an extremely sharp-looking saber known as the Omni-Saber. All crafted with modular tech and grid energy. There was also a sleek morphing device, the Omni-Driver, shaped like a hybrid gauntlet and buckle with a core slot for future enhancements. And near the base of the chest, a folded red and silver Ranger cycle sat tightly compressed, ready to deploy on command. At the back of the chest, something larger glowed faintly. Your current Megazord, the Shark Omnizord. A feral Zord crafted to hold the power of the Omni Grid. It has speed, stealth, and raw force. It will suffice until more are unlocked. Zane's eyes scanned each component, committing them to memory. All right, he said. I assume I have some kind of interface to manage all this? Correct. You now also possess a status interface, accessible through your morph band. Would you like to view it? Show me. A transparent screen expanded from the morph band, shimmering with power and detail. Omniversal Ranger System. Name: Zane Callahan. Designation: Omni-Ranger D rank. Age: 18. Level 1. XP: 0 out of 100. Title: Grid's Chosen, Transmigrant. Attributes: Strength 20, 10 for a strong adult. Agility 25. Intelligence 30. Combat aptitude 50. Morphin Sync 100. Energy core output 100. System functions. Inventory. Missions. Arsenal. Ranger forms. Megazord Bay. Morph Lab suit/weapon customization locked. Multiversal navigation and travel locked. Shop, Ranger plus Marvel items. The status interface will track your progress and give real-time updates on mission parameters and power development. The shop contains items from both the Ranger and Marvel universes, accessible based on clearance, credits, or achievements. Zane took a long breath. Everything's here. I think I'm ready. Spoken like a true Ranger. He gave a slow nod, eyes fixed on the screen. Guess I am a Ranger now. Well, I always wanted to be one. He turned toward the mirror. He almost saw a reflection of him in his Ranger suit, the full silhouette of the Omni-Ranger, staring back at him. Dad, are you watching your son? He's a Power Ranger now, he spoke with sadness in his tone. He took a deep breath and turned away from the mirror. He got up and got ready for school. As he gazed upon the streets and skyscrapers, he knew this wasn't just another universe. It was a war zone, an opportunity, a test. And he was goddamn ready. Zane adjusted the collar of his shirt as he stepped out of his modest New York apartment. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen over the concrete jungle. He moved like someone on autopilot, precise, calm, but inwardly turbulent. Catching a bus, he slipped quietly into a seat by the window, his posture straight, his expression unreadable. Outside, the city buzzed with life, horns blaring, chatter rising, tires hissing across damp asphalt. But within Zane's mind, chaos brewed. Not the chaos of doubt, no. He had faced death before in the Navy. This was different. It was the surreal realization that his fantasies, the ones he had buried beneath discipline and training, had somehow become his reality. So, I really became a Ranger, huh? Not just any Ranger, the only one of my kind, he thought to himself, eyes unfocused as the buildings blurred past. Grid, how exactly do I get missions? Zane asked mentally. Master will receive missions once specific conditions are met. The Grid's voice echoed in his mind, smooth and ever-present. What kind of conditions? He asked mentally, not bothering to move his lips. Events such as monster or alien invasions, villain activity, or large-scale criminal operations near your vicinity will trigger mission protocols. That's a wide net, Zane muttered internally. I also noticed that XP bar in the status window. How exactly do I gain experience? Experience is earned through completing missions, defeating threats, whether they be monsters, aliens, or villains, and through unlocking key achievements. Perfect, he said with a slight smirk. I've got more questions. Ask freely, Master. Since I'm basically an anomaly in this world, isn't it possible for cosmic entities like the one above all, the Morphin Masters, Kang, the Ancient One, or even Drakkon to sense me? Or manipulate my fate somehow? A pause. Then a calm, definitive reply. You are not merely an anomaly, you are a paradox, protected directly by the Omniversal Grid. None will detect your presence unless you interfere directly in events predetermined by this world's operators. Even then, your fate is safeguarded unless you willingly expose yourself. Zane exhaled slowly. That answer brought an odd comfort. Good. I was never one for being passive anyway. The bus rolled to a halt 15 minutes later in front of a large, modern building. Midtown High. A blend of legacy and cutting-edge architecture, it was the same school that had once raised one of the most iconic names in comic book history. Zane stepped off, looking up with mild awe. So, this is where the legendary Spider-Man was born, he muttered, shaking his head as a strange nostalgia, even though it wasn't his, washed over him. He walked calmly and silently to the class, wondering what surprises the day would bring forth once more. It is abnormal for one to adapt this quickly to a bizarre situation of transmigration. There are several factors to consider. The first should be his unique talent, adaptation, which he is also oblivious to. Second, he has experienced life-threatening situations when he was in the Force. Then finally, his title as the Chosen One of the Grid, which gives him perks similar but not as powerful as the gamer mind. He heard a lot of loud discussions coming from his classmates. Immediately after that, his memories of being at this school were fully integrated. It seems the grid was user-friendly and did not dump all the info into him at once. He went into thought, comprehending this newfound memory. But his moment of quiet wonder was shattered almost instantly. What the hell are they doing at Midtown High? His eyes darted from group to group. There was Kira Ford laughing and chatting with Gwen Stacy like they'd known each other for years. Ethan James was deep in conversation with Peter Parker, the two clearly geeking out over something. And Connor McKnight? He was lounging confidently among Flash Thompson's usual posse, tossing a basketball in one hand like it belonged there. Wait, basketball? Not football? Zane's brows twitched. So, Connor plays basketball in this reality? That's weird. He rubbed his temple. Reefside High was in California. What the hell are they doing in New York? But as the thought unraveled, it began to make a twisted kind of sense. If Rangers exist in this fused reality, then their schools and lives must have shifted too. Adapted to fit into the New York-centric Marvel setting. No wonder the monsters attacked New York instead of Reefside. The narrative has merged completely. His eyes scan the hallway again. This fusion is ridiculous. Kira's with Gwen, both love music. Ethan's a geek like Peter. Connor fits right in with the jocks. Harry Osborn, oh great. Further down the hallway stood two familiar figures. Harry Osborn and, to Zane's disbelief, Trent Fernandez, the Menace, the Violator, the legendary White Ranger who gave the Power Rangers a run for their money. He hadn't awakened his powers yet, that much was clear from the faint aura, or lack thereof, surrounding him. Harry and Trent, both rich, both tied by villainous fathers. Of course, they'd be connected here. Zane's mind clicked through the connections with military-like precision. It all felt too clean, too plotted. This is definitely the author's doing, he thought wryly. He shook his head and kept moving. Despite the strange familiarity of it all, he had a class to attend. As he walked, he noticed occasional stares. Nothing direct, just that sideways glance that students gave someone they didn't understand. He didn't care. According to the implanted memories provided by the grid, he was the top student in Midtown High. Smarter than Peter Parker, more composed than anyone expected from an 18-year-old. Flash had tried bullying him once and got thoroughly humiliated for it. He entered the classroom just as the bell rang, dropping into his seat in the second row near the windows. Sunlight cast soft beams across the desk as murmurs filled the room. And then the door opened. Footsteps echoed. Confident. Measured. Zane turned his head slightly, and his eyes widened. There, standing at the front of the class in a lab coat, holding a tablet and radiating unshakable presence, was none other than Tommy Oliver. The legend himself. Zane almost laughed. This world just keeps throwing curveballs. Of course, it's him. The figure cleared his throat, his eyes scanning the class with a smile and calm intensity. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tommy Oliver, your new biology teacher. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Tommy Oliver, your new biology teacher. The hum of idle chatter dropped an octave as the man stood at the front of the classroom. A tall, well-built figure with slightly tousled dark hair and a calm, confident presence. Most students whispered or shrugged, used to seeing new faces. But Zane? His gaze was fixed. Tommy Oliver. The legend. One of the very first Rangers. Zane sat in the back by the window, his body still, but his mind raced. He looks younger. Does he even have his powers or the Master Morpher in this timeline, like in the comic? Before the man could continue, a confident voice sliced through the classroom air. Hello, Mr. Oliver. My name is Cassidy. Cassidy Cornell. She stood up with a dramatic flair, blonde curls bouncing as she adjusted her designer jacket. A few groans rolled around the classroom like a rehearsed chorus. Zane internally sighed. Of course, Cassidy's here. But this is all wrong. This introduction was supposed to happen before those three became Rangers. This timeline's a total remix. Cassidy's questions came in quick succession, all delivered with a blend of admiration and suspicion. How are you so young and a professor? Where did you even get your doctorate? Cassidy shot Devin a glare that literally spelt get over here. Her partner in crime, Devin, fumbled with his camera and chimed in with an enthusiastic smile. Dr. Oliver. Tommy pinched the bridge of his nose. Please take your seat, Cassidy. I assure you, I'm qualified to teach high school biology. Zane chuckled under his breath. Some things never change. The rest of the class passed in a blur of mitochondria, cell walls, and Tommy's surprisingly engaging style. Zane kept a low profile, answering questions without drawing attention, observing everyone, especially Kira. He had to admit she was cute. She would be more beautiful if she dressed nicer. Her short, spiky hair and punk rock vibe hadn't changed. She was whispering something to Gwen Stacy, both of them laughing softly. Zane's eyes drifted to Kira's wrist, where a glint of yellow shimmered, the Dino gem. Strange no one else notices it, he thought. Master, the Dino gems possess a subtle form of reality manipulation. Only those bonded with similar artifacts can perceive them. Huh. So why can I see it? Because you are connected to the Omni-Versal Grid. Its perception overrides lower-level cloaking. Neat. Hey, Kira, Gwen whispered with a teasing grin. Your crush. He looked at you today. I think you've got a shot. Don't tease me, Kira muttered, cheeks slightly pink. He looks at everyone like they're part of an experiment. I'm sure he's just interested in something about me today. He'll stop looking when he gets what he wants. If it was curiosity, it's a start, Gwen sang with a wink. Besides, you're talented, pretty, and the front of our band. Any guy would want you. You need to stop dressing like you got lost in a Goodwill store. Excuse me? Kira raised a brow. Gwen giggled. I mean it affectionately. Just think of it as punk glam chic. Add some color. Dress like you want him to notice. Kira groaned. Let's just get to band practice early today. Fine, fine. No more fashion critiques. At the other end of the class, Peter Parker, Ethan James, and Ned Leeds were hunched over their advanced mathematics textbook, while Tommy Oliver's class, but he never noticed, or he did and decided to ignore it, since what they were doing was beneficial. Peter tossed his pen down. His expression was anything but calm. Guys, do you think I made the right call with Oscorp? He asked. I turned down an offer from Anton Mercer Industries. Ethan leaned back in his chair, tapping his pen on his chin. Mercer might pay more, but Oscorp has cleaner PR. And let's be honest, Mercer screams secret lab accidents, and I assure you, you don't want to get caught up in their shenanigans. Peter's eyebrow arched in confusion. How are you so sure I'll get caught up in a lab accident? Ethan leaned forward. You can call it intuition. Peter was still confused before he felt a hand on his shoulders. Ned nodded. Look, Peter, I'll be honest, Oscorp's safer, relatively. And they've got the best AI lab. You'll thrive there since one of their researchers favors you. Peter smiled. I understand. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, they said in unison. Peter lit up, remembering something. So, you guys excited for the Oscorp excursion next week? Dude, I'm counting down the hours, Ethan said, practically bouncing in his seat. Same here, Ned added. Gonna be epic. Dr. Tommy continued the class, explaining topics in succession. Zane listened attentively but noticed 2 seats were empty. He sighed inwardly, already knowing who the missing duo were and where they potentially went. As if affirming his thoughts. Connor and Flash had indeed slipped out early, heading toward the basketball courts behind the gym. Basketball court. The court buzzed with activity. A few students shot hoops while others watched. Connor McKnight dribbled the ball effortlessly before dunking it. Flash Thompson let out a low whistle. All right, I'll admit it, you got game. Connor smirked, spinning the ball on one finger. Not bad for a guy who played football, huh? Flash nodded in affirmation. Yeah. Do you still play football sometimes? Yeah, I do, sometimes, he answered. Flash snorted. Honestly, I'm glad someone else is taking the spotlight. Parker's been acting all genius lately. Connor raised a brow. He's always been smart. It's his gift. Yeah, but now he's confident. I don't like confident Parker. Connor shrugged, grabbing a water bottle. Let the guy shine. We've all got our strengths. Flash laughed. You sound like a motivational speaker. Since when were you the Zen one? Connor's gaze turned serious for a moment. Let's just say I've seen some weird things lately. Makes you rethink stuff. Flash blinked. Sounds like something a geek like Peter would say. Do you just hate the guy or something? Connor asked with a confused expression. Connor chuckled. Forget about that. Come on, let's run it back. Several hours later. Back in the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Students filed out with backpacks slung over their shoulders and half-finished conversations. Zane stood and stretched. But then, Ethan's wrist blinked. A soft blue glow. Connor and Kira noticed instantly. Their eyes met. Alert. Without hesitation, they slipped out, muttering excuses. And at the same time, an interface appeared. Mission parameters identified. Ding. Conditions met. Generating mission. Mission. First debut as a ranger. Objective. Stop the attack of the Tyrannodrones and prevent innocent casualties. Rewards. 2,000 grid points. 1 random ranger weapon, drawn from any ranger in the grid's archive. 10 training cards. Zane's fingers curled slightly, a smile tugging at his face. And so, it begins. Hell's Kitchen was in chaos. Sirens wailed in the distance, but even they were drowned out by the thunderous roars and cries of panic echoing through the streets. Smoke rose from overturned cars, shattered windows littered the sidewalks, and citizens screamed as they fled for their lives. Tyrannodrones, Mesogog's genetically engineered foot soldiers, marched through the chaos like cold, ruthless machines, attacking anyone on sight. The ground trembled beneath the boots of a stronger creature, leading them, a hulking, shark-like beast clad in armored fins and thick scales. Its razor-sharp teeth clicked hungrily as it barked orders in guttural growls. Chaos reigned. But amidst the terror, salvation arrived. From the shadows of a nearby alley, 3 figures emerged, clad in matching outfits, but distinct colors, form-fitting fibers marked with ancient dinosaur symbols. Their masks concealed their identities, but the courage in their posture was unmistakable. The Dino Thunder Rangers had arrived. Ethan, Kira, let's do this, Connor said, determination flaring in his voice. Yeah, let's put these monsters in their place. Ethan replied, already reaching for his morpher. I'm ready whenever you are, Kira added, her voice calm but resolute. They brought their morphers up in unison, calling out with power. Dino Thunder. Power up. In a flash of crimson, blue, and yellow energy, their civilian forms were gone, replaced by the armored might of the red, blue, and yellow Dino Rangers. They wasted no time. Connor surged forward, summoning his Tyranno staff. With a fierce battle cry, he spun it in a wide arc, knocking 3 Tyrannodrones off their feet. His attacks were sharp and aggressive, powerful thrusts and spinning strikes that forced the shark beast to block in defense. Kira launched herself into the air using her Terra grips, slashing with avian precision. Her fluid agility allowed her to flip between drones, kicking one in the chest before landing gracefully to blast another with a sonic wave. Ethan activated his Tricera shield, barreling through the enemy lines like a juggernaut. He smashed a drone into a parked taxi and deflected a flurry of claws with smooth, practiced moves. His tech-enhanced mind calculated every motion with mechanical precision. The Rangers were holding their own for the time being. A second monster emerged from a burst of greenish smoke, a reptilian humanoid wielding twin blades crackling with dark energy. It snarled and lunged into the fray with savage speed. The tide turned in seconds. Connor was knocked back by a whip-like tail, crashing into a crumbling wall. Kira was intercepted mid-air and thrown violently into a fruit stand. Ethan raised his shield in time to block the reptilian monster's slash, but the impact sent him skidding across the pavement. This guy's strong. Ethan groaned, staggering to his feet. Stronger than the last general. Kira winced, holding her side. They regrouped, breathing heavily. Despite their training and power, the Dino Rangers were clearly outmatched. Bruised and drained, they struggled to fend off the relentless assault from Mesogog's generals and the army of monstrous foot soldiers. For all their power, they still lacked the experience to navigate the brutality of enemies who showed no hesitation, no mercy. Red Ranger, Connor, forced himself up, legs trembling beneath him. "Come on, guys," he panted. "We're Rangers. We don't give up." Yellow and Blue, Kira and Ethan, gritted their teeth and rose beside him, barely staying upright. Their bodies screamed in protest, but they readied their Thundermax sabers once more, unwilling to back down. Without a word, they launched into a desperate assault. Their blades slashed through the air, creating bursts of sparks with each hit. Fast, ferocious, one last effort to turn the tide. Civilians nearby watched with wide eyes, caught between awe and terror. Glass cracked. Dust rose. The city trembled beneath their battle. "We can't keep this up," Kira said, breath ragged. Connor glanced around at the civilians. "If we drag this out any longer, people are gonna get hurt. Then we end it." "Now," Ethan said. The Rangers stepped back, synced up, and summoned everything they had left. Time seemed to freeze. The world around them vanished, replaced by the swirling brilliance of the Morphin Grid. Waves of rainbow-colored energy wrapped around their bodies, reinforcing their resolve. Their weapons connected. "Xerex Blaster," they called in unison. The weapon fired. An orb of pure energy spiraled forward, morphing midair into a massive, spectral T-Rex. It roared with elemental fury and devoured the two monsters whole. Boom! The battlefield fell silent under the weight of the blast. Smoke billowed. The Rangers stood in the haze, breathing hard, barely able to believe they'd won. Then, "You think you've won, Rangers?" The voice was low, gravelly, and horrifyingly familiar. Through the smoke, the two generals emerged, damaged but still alive. Their armor was scorched, their weapons gone, but their eyes burned with rage. Connor's eyes widened. What in the actual foo? A searing laser blast slammed into him before he could finish, sending him flying. Kira and Ethan were struck next. They hit the ground hard, unable to rise. Their morphing energy had been drained in the final attack. They were vulnerable, helpless. It felt like the end. Then everything changed. The air pulsed, subtly at first, like the world had taken a breath and held it. A strange hum vibrated through the street, too low to be thunder, too alive to be machinery. Even the monsters froze, glancing around uneasily. Then a flash of red cut through the sky. A lone figure descended from a rooftop, landing softly amidst the cracked pavement and rubble. He wasn't glowing. He didn't have a helmet. No armor. No visible weapons. But somehow he stood out. He wore a fitted red uniform, simple yet striking. It had the clean, sleek lines of a ninja's garb, but carried the presence of something more heroic, more symbolic. Black and gold accents traced along the sleeves and sash, a stylized insignia pressed subtly over his heart. His face was uncovered, but shadowed just enough by his hood and the angle of the light to keep his features unreadable. He stood tall and poised, shoulders squared, the wind tugging at the lightweight fabric of his uniform. Kira blinked through the pain. "Who is that?" Connor, barely conscious, tried to focus. "Definitely, not one of ours." The generals stepped back warily, their instincts suddenly screaming caution. Whatever this was, it didn't feel like a civilian. The figure tilted his head, calmly assessing the scene, the injured Rangers, the stunned monsters, the crumbling street. Then he spoke. His voice was low, composed, somewhere between serious and casual, like he was used to walking into chaos and deciding how much to engage. "Looks like you guys could use a hand." Several minutes earlier, Zane was patient. He didn't bolt from the school the moment he got the mission. That would be sloppy. Suspicious. He waited a few minutes, sat somewhere hidden, then slipped out, blending into the city with practiced ease. A few blocks away, he turned into a narrow alley, one he'd already memorized for having no functional security cams. His mind was already cataloging what to erase or review later, depending on what went down. From the grid, he'd been given a basic uniform, not his ranger form. Not yet. This one was for identity concealment and public appearance. Light, flexible, mobile. It resembled a ninja's outfit but leaned more heroic than assassin. Bold red fabric, minimalist in design, with functional black and gold accents woven through. A hood pulled just low enough to shadow his face. No mask, no visor. Just enough mystery. He fastened the final strap around his wrist and rolled his shoulders. The material breathed with him, tight but light. Made for movement. Made for action. He took a breath. Okay, showtime. Then, almost without thinking, he grinned and muttered to himself, "Go, go, Power Rangers." And with a surge of energy, he leapt into the air, launching straight toward Hell's Kitchen. "Looks like you guys could use a hand." Connor stiffened. "WEVE got this." "We were just a little surprised, that's all." A low chuckle slipped from behind the stranger's mask. "Right. Surprised. You were handling it perfectly," he said, voice thick with sarcasm. Before Connor could retort, the stranger's tone shifted, calm, commanding, urgent. "Don't waste time arguing. Get the civilians out of here. I'll handle these mutts." "Hold up. Who the hell made you the boss of?" Connor snapped, irritation flaring. But Kira stepped forward, cutting him off. "Red Ranger," she said, firm and steady. "He's right. We don't have time to squabble." Ethan groaned as he pushed himself up. "He clearly knows what he's doing. Let's back him up strategically." Connor clicked his tongue, frustration still simmering beneath his visor. "Fine. But I'm not taking orders from some stranger." The three Rangers rushed toward the civilians, leaving the stranger Zane alone, his gaze sharpening beneath his crimson and black armor. Two generals advanced, one a hulking shark-like brute named Sharkjaw, clad in jagged armor reminiscent of serrated fins, the other, Koi Fong, a serpentine warrior wielding twin plasma blades, his movements sinuous and deadly. Zane's pulse quickened, not from fear, but anticipation. This was what he'd always fantasized about as a kid. Now it's happening. He wasn't this anxious and happy when he enlisted for the Force. There is one thing that should be known about Zane. He is a battle maniac. Sharkjaw snarled, displeased by the interruption when he almost had the Rangers. "Who the hell are you?" "A Ranger wannabe." "Yeah, you better pack it up and act cool somewhere else," Kuo Fong added. Zane raised an eyebrow and replied in an amused tone. "Oh, so the two lab experiments can make jokes, I'm surprised." The two generals snarled at his comment. Zane noticed this, but continued. "As for who I am, that's quite simple. I am your END." He raised the Omni-Morpher, sleek and angular, its crimson glow pulsing. The device's deep hum rose in cadence. Omni-Morpher lock on. Locking on, initiating phase 1. Light erupted, particles swirling upward, encasing him in a radiant cocoon. Segmented plates snapped into place, deep crimson and matte black with gold trim catching the light like fire. His helmet slid down with a hiss, sharp black horn-like projections jutting forward, framing a red-tinted visor glowing fiercely like a predator's eye. A red and gold half-cape fluttered briefly, a symbol of command and kinetic buffer, settling at his shoulder. He flexed his gauntlets, reinforced with golden plating, the armor light but formidable, made for close-quarters combat and relentless agility. At his waist, the Omni-Saber materialized, a sleek weapon with shark-toothed edges glowing a vibrant red. Zane twirled it once, the blade whispering in the air. "Let's do this." Sharkjaw lunged with a brutal roar, teeth bared like a battering ram. Zane sidestepped fluidly, a martial artist's grace marking every motion. His boots barely kissed the ground as he slid sideways, then sprang forward in a rapid spinning back kick, the golden plating on his boot slamming into Sharkjaw's jaw plate with a ringing crack. Coilfang's plasma blades sliced through the air, humming death. Zane parried with the Omni-Saber, the red blade sparking where it met the energy edges. The clash sent a shockwave rumbling through the street. Zane countered with a flurry of precise jabs and slashes, his movements a blend of Wing Chun strikes and Jeet Kune Do footwork, fast and unpredictable. He rolled under a sweeping plasma strike, spinning up to deliver a lightning-fast palm strike into Coil Fang's exposed side, the kinetic energy rippling outward like a shockwave. Coil Fang hissed, staggering back. Nice moves, for a walking fake, Shark Jaw snarled, lunging again with jagged claws. Zane's eyes narrowed behind the visor. He raised a hand, activating an Omni skill. Omni Reflex. Time seemed to slow for him. His suit's AI fed tactical data directly to his neural interface, the general's attack patterns, muscle tics, weak points all mapped in milliseconds. With preternatural speed, Zane dropped into a low stance, weaving between Sharkjaw's claws, then flipped forward, landing behind the brute. The Omni-Saber sliced horizontally across the back of Sharkjaw's armor, the red light cutting through reinforced plating like a hot knife through ice. A shower of sparks erupted. Before Sharkjaw could turn, Zane vaulted over him, blade extending to full length in a sweeping arc aimed at Coil Fang's neck. Coil Fang twisted, barely deflecting the strike with a plasma blade, the clash echoing with a shriek of energy. "You'll have to be faster," Zane murmured, voice low but laced with a sharp edge. Sharkjaw roared, shaking off the blow, and charged, muscles bulging as he swung a massive fin-like arm in a devastating overhead smash. Zane backflipped, cape trailing, barely avoiding the blow. The kinetic dampening of the cape absorbed part of the impact, letting him land solidly. The generals exchanged a glance, seasoned warriors recognizing a worthy opponent. Zane didn't hesitate. He dashed forward, Omni-Saber switching modes with a flick, now a short, double-edged blade for precision strikes. He launched a blistering combo, a rapid sequence of strikes targeting pressure points on Sharkjaw's joints, wrists, knees, neck, each blow precise and punishing. The armor's gold diamond guards absorbed some damage, but creaked under the relentless assault. Coil Fang lunged, twin blades humming like deadly serpents. Zane ducked under one blade, rolling and sweeping his leg in a low spinning kick, knocking one weapon from Coil Fang's grip. The general snarled, switching to bare claws. Zane grinned beneath his visor, a rare, cold flash of amusement. "Looks like you're a little light on firepower," he said quietly. The generals growled, closing ranks. Zane activated another skill. Omniburst, full power. The runes across his armor blazed gold, energy crackling as his reflexes, strength, and speed surged. He moved like a blur, a crimson shadow cutting through the battlefield. Sharkjaw swung again. Zane ducked and countered with a devastating elbow strike to the brute's temple, golden plating on his gauntlet absorbing impact as he smashed through Sharkjaw's defenses. Coil Fang hissed, lunging from behind with a claw strike, but Zane caught the wrist midair, twisting sharply with a sharp crack, then slammed the general into the rubble with enough force to crack stone. He followed with a spin, Omni-Saber flashing, severing the tendons in Sharkjaw's knee joint. The brute collapsed, roaring in pain. Zane's voice was low and steady, carrying lethal finality. "This ends now." Sharkjaw snarled, trying to rise, but Zane's next strike came fast, a brutal downward slash across the throat, the red saber humming as it cut through armor and flesh. The brute's roar ended abruptly. Coil Fang lunged desperately, claws flaring, but Zane anticipated, stepping into a flawless Aikido throw, using the serpent's momentum to hurl him headfirst into a fractured wall. The impact exploded stone and dust. Zane charged, Omni-Saber extended into a spear, piercing through Coil Fang's chest with a controlled but deadly thrust. Boom! The serpent gasped, eyes wide, then slumped limp. The system's notification blared. Plus 30 EXP. Plus 30 EXP. Silence fell. Zane stood, chest heaving softly, armor scuffed, but shining fiercely. He unequipped the Omni-Saber, voice low, almost a whisper. Threat annihilated. After dealing with the rest of the minions and helping the civilians evacuate, the Rangers regrouped cautiously, eyes wide. Connor's jaw dropped. Damn, he destroyed them mercilessly. Ethan nodded slowly, his voice filled with awe. That was something else. Kira blinked, wide-eyed. Who is he? Zane turned slowly, visor dimming slightly. I am the Omni-Ranger. He summoned his Omni-Cycle, sleek, crimson, and red with gold trim, and without another word, vanished down the street. Connor shook his head in disbelief, then muttered, "Shit, he acts so arrogant, but I'll admit he's strong. He even has a Ranger cycle. We need to tell Dr. Oliver, we want those too." Ethan grinned, still stunned. "Language, Red Ranger." Kira smirked. "Well, he's right. He's cool. Just saying." Connor sighed, finally letting some respect edge his irritation. "Fine. But next time, when we fight monsters, I want one. Let's get to the lab, guys. We need to report to Dr. O." Then they left. Zane POV. "Well, that was fun," I said to myself, already back home and in my human form. I haven't had this much fun since my time in the Force. Fighting as a Ranger is pretty damn cool, I'll admit that. It also seems I don't have to worry about enemies catching me off guard before I transform. Time literally freezes when I morph. The Dino Rangers are surprisingly weak right now, probably street level at best, but they did just start out. It's understandable. Besides, this world isn't a one-to-one copy of the shows or comics. Things play out differently in this mashed-up universe. It's got Marvel elements, after all. Still, that fight? Incredible. These Ranger gears are stronger than I initially thought. I'd say I'm currently street level 2, but with a plus. Street level plus sounds about right. I also got a bit of experience points, although if I level up I get 2 additional stats in all attributes. It's a profitable day. Anyway, time to accept my rewards. I haven't been this excited since unwrapping gifts during the holidays. Grid, accept the rewards. Quest completed. Rewards have been distributed. Bonus for first-time quest. Additional rewards being generated. 1. 4,000 points. 2. 2 random Ranger weapons, drawn from the Grid's archive. 3. 20 training cards. Whoa, I muttered in amazement. I wasn't expecting a first-time bonus. Let's see what weapons I pulled. The possibilities are endless. Except, as soon as I said the word, the rewards were deposited into my inventory. I navigated to the random Ranger weapons first, my curiosity getting the better of me. 2x random Ranger weapon opened. Master has received. Quantum Defender. V-Blade. Quantum Defender, C-tier, a high-powered handgun from Power Rangers Time Force. Compact, accurate, and versatile. Can eliminate standard threats with ease. V-Blade, B-tier, a unique, V-shaped sword from Power Rangers RPM. Emits energy blasts and functions both as a blade and a ranged weapon. Well, I'll be damned. These are solid weapons, I said to myself, stunned. These weren't just flashy, they had serious firepower. With these, my arsenal just doubled in threat level. I summoned both weapons, took a moment to admire the craftsmanship, then stored them back in my inventory. Now, time to check the points and training cards. 4,000 points, usable in the shop to purchase items, gear, or upgrades. Training cards, specialized cards that can be used to train core stats like strength, agility, and intelligence. Some can unlock hidden stats such as mana, ki, or cosmic energy when specific conditions are met. Takes 7 days to use a card completely. Increases stats by +5 each. Alright, cool. Let's see what the shop has to offer. Shop. Category, Weapons. Dragon Dagger, Power Rangers, 1,200 points. Summons the Dragon Zord. Also functions as a short blade and flute. Must possess the Dragon Zord. Web Shooters, Spider-Man, 500 points. Standard issue Parker Tech. Fires synthetic webbing. Can be upgraded later. Thundermax Saber, Power Rangers Dino Thunder, 900 points. A hybrid saber and blaster. Versatile in close and mid-range combat. Mjolnir Replica, Unworthy Wielding, Marvel, 3,200 points. A weaker version of Thor's hammer. Requires high strength and willpower to wield. Dual Tonfa Blades, Jungle Fury Rangers, 800 points. Close range, high-speed melee weapons designed for martial artists. Category, Armor and Suits. Shadow Ranger Armor, SPD, 2,000 points. A stealth-focused suit with enhanced durability and cloaking features. Spider Armor MK2, Marvel, 1,800 points. Bulletproof and enhances agility and reflexes. Good synergy with spider skills. Nanomorph suit, customizable. Omni-Grid tech, 4,000 points. A prototype armor that adapts to user intent. Can integrate future Ranger systems. Category, enhancements and boosters. Super Soldier Serum, diluted, Marvel, 200 points. Boosts all physical stats and reflexes moderately. Rare and single use. Grid Infusion Capsule, Power Rangers, 2,200 points. Temporarily unlocks a new form or elemental affinity. One-time use. Healing Nanites Pack, Marvel, 400 points. Rapid Recovery Module. Heals wounds and minor injuries instantly. Tiger Spirit Boost, Jungle Fury, 1,600 points. Grants temporary feral instincts and boosted agility for 30 minutes. Category, miscellaneous. Holographic Training Room, basic, 1,000 points. Simulates battle environments for solo or team training. Morphin Grid Scanner, 700 points. Detects other Ranger energies or anomalies nearby. Interdimensional Communicator, 900 points. Cross-world messaging device. Limited to known multiversal signatures. Spiderbot Companion, 600 points. Mini support drone equipped with sensors and minor weaponry. Damn, I said, scrolling through the list. I'm gonna need way more points. I kept scrolling. Page after page, row after row, gear, weapons, enhancements, tech, suits. The shop was practically endless. I eventually stopped, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of what I could buy. This system really was the real deal. No wonder it was called the True Grid. It felt like the beating heart behind every Ranger across the multiverse. I leaned back on the couch and let out a breath, feeling oddly drained. That caught me off guard. I rarely ever got tired, not even after marathon runs or all-nighters back in the Force. Hey, Grid, why do I feel a little tired? I asked aloud. The Ranger suits, when equipped, draw from the user's physical strength. They are not merely metal shells, they're bioarmor, powered by the grid itself. In summary, the greater a Ranger's endurance, the longer they can maintain their morphed form. That actually makes sense, I muttered. Guess I've got a limit after all. I stood up and stretched, trying to shake off the fatigue. Well, no time to waste. Let's dig deeper into this world. I sat at my desk and powered up my laptop, determined to learn more about this fused universe, its rules, its history, and whatever threats might be brewing under the surface. Dino Lab, moments after Zane's departure. The metallic doors hissed open as the Dino Rangers returned, still in their civilian forms. Their breathing was heavy, their bodies sore, but their minds? Racing. Inside, Tommy Oliver stood in front of a glowing console, a holographic image of Zane's suit rotating slowly above the surface. The design was unfamiliar. Alien, even. Dr. O, do you know who that new Ranger was? Connor blurted out, walking up with urgency in his step. He didn't seem to use the same power source as us, Ethan added, his brow furrowed. His suit logo was almost invisible. He was strong, Kira said quietly. Her eyes were wide with something between awe and confusion. Way stronger than any of us. Tommy raised his hand, motioning for calm. All right, slow down. I'm working on it. He turned back to the screen, typing with purpose, but his expression was tense. The words he muttered weren't meant for anyone else. It's hard to decipher anything from that suit, he said under his breath. There's no record of an Omni-Ranger in the entire Ranger database. The room fell silent. Should we be worried? Kira asked softly, a worried crease forming on her brow. Tommy hesitated, then forced a reassuring smile. No, don't worry, kids. We'll figure this out. You've done enough for today, go get some rest. The team exchanged glances, uncertainty in their eyes, but they nodded and turned to leave. Update us if anything comes up, all right, Dr. O? Connor added over his shoulder. I will, Tommy replied. As the doors slid shut behind them, the lab grew quiet again. Only the soft hum of machinery and the flickering light of the holographic display remained. Tommy sat down slowly, his face illuminated by the rotating image of Zane's suit. The calm smile he wore earlier faded into a grim frown. He rubbed his temples, the weight of years spent as a ranger pressing down on him once again. "I hope to God this isn't what I think it is," he whispered. His fingers hovered above the controls. "Because if I'm right, those kids are in way over their heads." He stared at the image for a long moment, then reached for a hidden panel under the desk. With a press of a button, a secret communication line opened. "I might need to call in some old friends. Shield Helicarrier Command Deck." It was a quiet day in the upper atmosphere, until it wasn't. A holographic display flickered to life on the main tactical table, casting a soft blue glow across the command center. Agent Maria Hill stood at the helm, arms crossed, watching as data from a recent skirmish in Hell's Kitchen came pouring in. "Another Ranger incident," she asked dryly, her voice calm but sharp. "Not just any Ranger," the tech analyst replied, scrolling through the incoming footage. "We've got visual confirmation of an unidentified suit. No emblem match. Power signature is off the charts. Pull it up." The footage played grainy at first, but clear enough. A sleek figure, armored in red and a cape, moved with precision, taking down the mutated beast with terrifying ease. The other Rangers' Dino team, clearly, were present, but this one fought on another level entirely. Hill narrowed her eyes. "Pause. Zoom in on the chest plate." There was nothing there. No lightning bolt, no beast icon, no team logo. Just a jagged tooth-like arm plate where something should have been. "Run it through the database. Every Ranger team we've ever logged. Cross-reference with known morphers, Zord patterns, grid signatures, anything." "We already did, ma'am," the analyst replied, hesitant. "There's nothing. It's like this guy doesn't exist. Not in any record, past or present." Hill didn't like that. She didn't like anomalies. Just then, the doors hissed open and Director Nick Fury entered the room, his presence commanding as always. His coat billowed slightly as he stepped beside her, eyeing the frozen image. "I take it this is the Ghost Ranger everyone's whispering about?" he asked. "He called himself the Omni-Ranger," Hill replied. "He showed up out of nowhere. Helped the Dino Rangers handle a threat they couldn't. Then vanished." Fury crossed his arms. "No emblem. No team. And not one damn ping on our grid sensors." Hill looked at him. "You think he's dangerous?" Fury didn't answer right away. He just stared at the screen, like trying to see deeper than the pixels. "Everyone's dangerous," he finally said. "The question is, what does he want?" Silence settled on the deck. A few of the agents around the room paused to glance at each other, as if they could sense the weight of what had just walked into their world. Fury continued, voice low and firm. "We've always had a working relationship with the Rangers. Their goals tend to align with ours: protection, stability, balance. But this one, he doesn't play by the known rules, and we don't have any useful data on him." Hill nodded. "You want me to escalate this?" "No," Fury replied, turning away from the screen. "Not yet. We don't poke the unknown until we know what it bleeds. For now, keep him under observation. Passive surveillance only. And the Dino Rangers? Let 'em do what they do best. Tommy is supervising them. Kids like that need to think they're the only ones paying attention." He paused before leaving the room. "But if that Omni-Ranger shows up again, I want to know before he takes his next breath. We can't let unknown variables run around our turf." It was already late at night. Zane sat hunched over his laptop, the screen casting a pale glow in the dim room. Fingers moved across the keyboard in a blur as he pulled up articles, forum threads, city records, anything he could find on the state of this fused world. He leaned back slightly, eyes narrowed. "So, the planet's still Earth-sized, but we've got more territories. New Tech City, that's SPD territory, no doubt. And it's public knowledge, too. Aliens live among us now openly. As long as they don't start laser tagging downtown, no one bats an eye. Guess that's what happens when your world's normalized to Monster of the Week invasions." He scrolled further, absorbing the chaos disguised as structure. "Huh. Mariner Bay exists too. So Lightspeed Rescue is somewhere out there. But the funny part? Most Ranger teams haven't even formed yet." He frowned, muttering under his breath. "No sign of the Ninja Storm team. The Samurai Rangers are nowhere in sight. Even the other Dino teams? Radio silence. This timeline's all over the place. Beautifully screwed. Zane pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long breath. The Marvel side's not helping either. Looks like I landed smack in the comic book version of things, which means galactic threats, mutant genocides, symbiote infestations, and possibly Thanos with a shiny glove. He stared at the screen, the weight of 2 universes settling on his shoulders. I can't just sit on the sidelines, he said aloud, firm now. If I'm here, I'm meant to change things. I won't be a passive observer while the same tragedies play out. I know I can't save everything, but if I can rewrite even one ending, I will. I need to get stronger. Ridiculously so. His eyes drifted to the shop, tab glowing on his interface. He clicked it. All right, he muttered. Let's get stronger. Super Soldier Serum, optimized 2,500 points. Boosts all physical stats and reflexes by +9. Marvel Universe Origin. Zane's eyes lit up. Permanent stat boost. Clean and efficient. That's worth every point. A perfect foundation. He hit purchase and a sleek injector materialized in his hand, silver with a faint blue glow. It wrapped snugly around his arm. Grid, will this hurt? He rolled his eyes. Typical. Fine. No pain, no gain. With a steady breath, Zane pressed the injector. Instead of agony, a rush of icy clarity flooded his veins. It was cold, yes, but soothing, refreshing even. A soft exhale escaped him, almost like a sigh of relief. Whoa, that felt way too good, he murmured, flexing his hand as his muscles tightened subtly, like a freshly tuned engine. No pain, must be the optimized part. Plus, I'm already enhanced, so there's no stress on my body. He threw a punch into the air. Whoosh! The atmosphere trembled around his fist, the sound of air splitting echoing in the room. His grin widened. Yeah, now we're talking. He turned toward the window, then grabbed his light combat gear, not his full Ranger suit. No need to go full Omni on some street-level thugs, he said, fastening the armor. Let's rack up points. Test out the new power. First stop, Hell's Kitchen. With practiced stealth, Zane exited his apartment and vanished into the night, blending into the shadows. Zane POV. The wind was cold. The night darker than usual. Hell's Kitchen was exactly what I expected, nasty, dirty, crawling with crime like cockroaches in an abandoned house. I walked through the alleyways in my combat gear. Black tactical uniform, no ranger suit. No need to attract attention. The mask covered my face, voice modulated. I looked like a ninja, but moved like a ghost. Mini-quest activated. Patrol the streets. Eliminate crime. Plus 50 points per ordinary criminal, plus 100 points per mutant criminal. Let's begin, I whispered to myself. A scream echoed nearby. I dashed forward. 2 men had cornered a woman near a broken-down van. One had a knife, the other a pipe. Back off, the woman shouted, trembling. No thanks, one of them smirked. Wrong move. I appeared behind them. Crack. I slammed the pipe guy into the wall. He dropped like a sack of bricks. Knife guy turned in panic, swung at me. Too slow. I caught his wrist mid-swing, twisted it until he screamed, then elbowed him in the throat. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. I turned to the woman. You're safe now. Leave through the left alley fast. She nodded and ran without looking back. 2 down. The deeper I went, the worse it got. I kept low, shadow walking across rooftops, alley walls, and fire escapes. A drug deal was going down behind a strip club. 5 men, 2 packing heat, 1 muttering about mutant-grade dust. I dropped down like a hammer. Thwack. The first went out before he knew what hit him. Gunfire erupted. I rolled behind a dumpster. I bought a flash pellet from the shop and tossed it. Flash bang. They screamed, blinded. I moved in. 3 punches, 2 kicks, a sweep. Gunman disarmed, noses broken, ribs shattered. The last guy, the one with glowing veins and yellow eyes, tried to run. Mutant. I caught up fast, tackled him, and drove my knee into his back. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. Plus 50 points. Plus 100 points. Next. A warehouse near the docks had activity. I immediately bought a thermal scan for 20 points, which showed at least 8 heat signatures. I snuck in from the roof, spotted crates of illegal weapons, Stark Tech knockoffs, and Oscorp prototypes. Probably black market. Criminals were arguing inside. Loud. Distracted. Perfect. I again bought a smoke capsule, threw it in, then dropped right in. They panicked. I didn't care. I used my Quantum Defender in stun mode, short-range bolts taking 2 of them down instantly. One mutant charged me with stone-like skin. I ducked under his swing and jammed a shock stick into his side. Voltage ran through him like fire. He dropped, twitching. The rest came at once. Sloppy. I moved like water. Efficient strikes, joint locks, neck chops, limb dislocations. 3 minutes later, the warehouse was quiet. Plus 50 points, x5. Plus 100 points, x1. Looted one of their comms before I left. Could be useful. Hours passed. Blood on my knuckles. Scuffs on my suit. Still breathing fine. I took out a gang of 9 near a subway station. Most were ordinary thugs, but 2 had cybernetic arms, enhanced humans, borderline mutants. Still dropped them. Plus 50 points, x7. Plus 100 points, x2. I climbed onto a rooftop, overlooking the city lights. Total points gained, 1,000. Not bad for one night. Grid, any achievements triggered? I asked while checking my vitals. Mini achievement unlocked, Street Sweeper. Eliminate 20+ criminals in one night. Reward, 1 rare chest 500 bonus points. Nice, I muttered. The rare chest hovered in my inventory, glowing softly. I'd open it later. Right now, I was still wired. Still sharp. Still hunting. Hell's Kitchen was a little silent now, fewer gunshots. But I wasn't done. Not until the streets knew the Omni-Ranger existed, even when he didn't wear his ranger suit. Rangers don't normally fight small-time crime, but I did. For the sake of justice. After getting some breathing space, I heard another commotion on the east side of the street. I brought up my fist in an exaggerated manner and muttered, "Another mission for justice." I cracked my neck, dropped off the rooftop, and vanished into the dark. The sound of bones snapping echoed faintly through the alley, followed by muffled screams and low, guttural grunts. Shadows twisted violently at the corner of the narrow path, illuminated only by a flickering streetlight. A figure clad in red moved like a whisper, a blur of precision and rage. Tiny devil-like horns protruded from his mask. His every step was calculated, his fists unforgiving. He was the bane of Wilson Fisk, the devil of Hell's Kitchen. He was Daredevil. Tonight, Fisk's men were running an illegal shipment, drugs and alien tech smuggled straight from a black market port in Jersey. That was enough reason for him to intervene. Now, as broken thugs lay groaning around him, Daredevil grabbed one by the collar, hoisting him against the graffiti-stained wall. With a brutal punch to the gut, he growled through clenched teeth, "Where are the weapons Kingpin is receiving tonight?" I don't know, man," the thug wheezed, eyes wide with panic. Wrong answer. A punch to the gut. Another to the jaw. The thug let out a strangled groan, blood running from his mouth. All right. I'll talk, just stop hitting me. Then talk. But neither of them noticed the faint blue glow on the wrist of a second thug, slumped nearby with a broken leg. His fingers trembled as he pressed a silent alert, alien tech, untraceable, designed for situations just like this. And then Daredevil heard it. Footsteps. Not one. Not two. Many. Dozens. From both ends of the alley, synchronized steps began to echo closer and closer. The rhythm was unmistakable, trained enforcers, surrounding him. Trapping him. He looked up, listening closely. 20 men. 10 on each side. Armed. Heavy gear. The air grew colder. The injured thug, still dangling from Daredevil's grip, let out a weak laugh. "Hey, you're dead, devil. This is why you don't mess with Kingpin." Daredevil didn't reply. He simply turned, and with a sharp crack, smacked the thug's head against the wall, knocking him out cold. Then, he dropped the limp body and exhaled slowly. His body tensed. Muscles coiled. Pain didn't scare him. Neither did odds. He'd faced worse. But this would hurt. He dropped into his stance, breathing steady, ready to give more than he took. And then, a voice. Dark. Cold. A whisper from above, carried on the wind like a warning. Looks like you could use a hand. Daredevil's eyes narrowed behind the mask. He didn't hear that man approach. Didn't sense a heartbeat. Didn't catch a breath or a step, nothing. That never happened. Ever. His head tilted slightly, instinct on high alert. He looked up. Perched silently on the rooftop above was a dark figure. Lean, armored, motionless, like a shadow given shape. The light from a flickering neon sign below danced across his combat gear. His visor glowed faintly. Daredevil couldn't place him. Not by sound. Not by rhythm. Not by scent or voice. This man was completely new. The figure tilted his head, then chuckled under his breath, the voice shifting into something lighter. Still unreadable. Almost playful. Man, I've said that twice today. And with that, he dropped from the rooftop like a hawk descending on prey. Zane landed hard, knees bent, one hand to the concrete, the other gripping the quantum defender set to stun. His sleek black combat gear hugged his frame perfectly, made of adaptive polymer fabric that blended style with stealth. His mask, obsidian black with subtle tech highlights, gave off no glow. Just shadows. His aura was clean and quiet, like a ghost trained to dismantle chaos. The thugs froze, confused for a split second. That's all he needed. Zane exploded into motion. The first man rushed at him with a crowbar, stupid move. Zane sidestepped effortlessly and slammed a rising knee into the thug's stomach. The man wheezed and bent forward. Good night. A swift elbow to the back of the neck dropped him cold. One down. 3 more charged him. One had a glowing alien rifle, didn't matter. Zane flipped forward, disarming the first with a spinning kick to the wrist, catching the weapon midair. He smashed the butt of the rifle into the man's jaw before tossing it aside and sweeping the legs of thug number 2. As the third thug tried to retreat. Zap! The quantum defender hummed in stun mode. The blue bolt caught the thug in the chest, launching him backward into a dumpster with a loud clang. Perfectly served. His tone was amused. Smooth. Like he was enjoying it. Meanwhile, Daredevil had already joined the fray, fending off attackers at the other end of the alley. The 2 warriors worked in silent sync, Daredevil using brutal strikes and acrobatics, Zane using sharp technique and his weapon with expert precision. One thug came running from behind screaming, "Who the fuck are you?" Bad idea. Zane turned, ducked low, and with a quick jab to the ribs and a roundhouse to the temple, sent the man flying. "I'm vengeance." He said it dryly, mocking the drama, before turning back to the action. Another brute charged him with a plasma baton. Zane slid under the first swing, came up behind him, and cracked him in the spine with the back of his weapon. The stun charge sent a jolt through the man's body as he twitched and collapsed face first. The last 4 thugs backed away, nervous. Zane walked forward slowly, spinning the quantum defender around his finger before pointing it casually at the ground. "All right, boys," he said with a smirk beneath the mask. "You want to talk or nap?" They charged anyway. He sighed. "Nap it is." Crack. Zap. Thud. Smash. It was a blur of shadows, limbs, and light. A ballet of precise violence. By the end, all 4 lay groaning or unconscious on the pavement. Smoke curled from a dumpster. The alley smelled of sweat, ozone, and defeat. Zane turned slightly, nodding once to Daredevil. "Not bad, right?" he said casually, holstering his weapon. Daredevil didn't reply at first. He was listening, processing. "Who are you?" Zane just smiled behind the mask. "Omni-Ranger." Then, without waiting for a reply, he vanished into the night, just as silently as he came. "What the fuck, a Ranger vigilante?" Daredevil muttered under his breath. "I'll think about it later, I have other things to worry about." He then ran off to the docking location. Zane got home quickly, vaulting through the shadows like a trained predator, and made sure no one had trailed him. His boots made no sound against the polished floor of his building, which gave him a surprisingly familiar feeling of home in this new world. The city outside still buzzed with noise, but inside, it was silent and quite peaceful. He checked around for any tampering. He could never be too cautious in a world of control freaks. Some minutes after searching, he calmed down. He peeled off his combat gear, the lightweight fabric peeling from his skin with the ease of routine. It disappeared into his inventory. It was easy and efficient. Before anything else, he activated the interface with a single command. Grid, show me my achievements and the number of points I made. Noted. Calculating. Displaying results. Mini achievement unlocked. Street sweeper. Eliminate 20+ criminals in one night. Reward. 1 rare chest 500 bonus points. Medium achievement unlocked. Ranger or vigilante. Make yourself known as a vigilante to at least a significant character. Reward. 1 epic chest 1000 bonus points. Zane raised a brow, walking over to his minibar, which surprisingly doesn't have alcohol but only fruit wine, pouring himself a glass of cold mineral water and taking a sip. The citrus scent of his home cleaning diffuser lingered in the air, a small but satisfying reminder of order. Grid, if I just got this achievement now, why didn't it trigger when I helped the Rangers earlier today? Zane asked, his voice calm but clearly curious. Master was given a notification, but dismissed it due to adrenaline during the fight. Would you like me to replay the missed data? Zane narrowed his eyes slightly, squinting like he was forcing his memory to catch up. Oh, is that so? Alright, show me the notifications I missed. Replaying previously dismissed notifications. Mini achievement unlocked. Noob Ranger. Begin your debut as a Ranger. Reward. 1 uncommon chest 100 bonus points. Medium achievement unlocked. Overwhelming strength. Defeat at least a single general on your own. Reward. 1 rare chest 1000 bonus points. Zane whistled softly as he took another sip. That's quite a nice haul. I'll have to be more mindful to check my achievements when I'm done with battles. He leaned back into the chair, muscles relaxing slightly. His mind, though, never stopped working. So all in all, I have 4,600 points. I'll save them up. Maybe buy something more advanced later, maybe even a new Ranger form. And I have 1 epic chest, 2 rare chests, and 1 uncommon chest. He stood up, stretching briefly, a light crack coming from his shoulder. Grid, open them all, he commanded, his tone shifting from calm to faintly excited. Zane wasn't one for dramatics, but even he couldn't help the rush of dopamine that came from reaping hard-earned rewards. Opening chests. Processing. 2 rare chests opened. Master has received Alpha 5, upgraded, and Morphin Grid enhancers. 1 epic chest opened. Master has received White Tiger Megazord. 1 uncommon chest opened. Master has received 5x Heart Herb. Zane blinked once. Then his eyes widened. Yes, he burst out, actually allowing a grin to stretch across his face for the first time all day. This is wonderful. A robotic assistant, another Megazord, and I even got some heart herbs. Life's about to get easier. He stood and paced slowly toward the glass window overlooking the city skyline, still sipping his water. Lights shimmered, cars moved like blood through veins, and in the distance, he could see the faint blink of a police chopper. His mind ran the numbers. The White Tiger Megazord gave him a power advantage in high-tier battles. The Morphin Grid enhancers likely boosted morphing efficiency or recovery rate. Alpha 5 could provide maintenance, logistical assistance, data analysis, and tactical support. And the heart herbs? A direct reference to Marvel's Wakandan lore. Strength enhancement. Reflexes. Durability. Stack that with the super soldier serum he took earlier, and he was quickly becoming a human weapon. Perfect. With a deep exhale, he walked away from the window and began his night routine, something he never skipped. He brushed his teeth with surgical precision, then flossed. Twice. He took another shower, this one cold, to regulate his body and drop his internal temperature for better sleep. Then he made sure the entire house was spotless, every item in its designated place. He even disinfected his tech console, his old laptop, and wiped his boots clean. It was obsessive to some, but to him, it was structure. Finally, he laid out a thin mat in the center of his training room. Cross-legged, he shut his eyes and began meditating. Slow breathing. For seconds in, for seconds hold, for seconds out. His mind replayed the events of the day. From waking up in a world not his own, to fighting with Rangers, taking out street-level criminals, and acquiring another Megazord all in the span of 24 hours. He compartmentalized everything. Victory. Weakness. Gaps in his response time. Tactical errors. Opportunities he could have taken but didn't. He was adapting in real time. After 30 minutes, he stood up slowly, spraying his room with a calming air mist, lavender, and spearmint. A clean, subtle scent that helped regulate his sleep cycle. Zane walked toward his bedroom and collapsed onto the perfectly made bed. No alarms. No music. Just the soft hum of the city in the distance and the quiet breathing of a man who knew tomorrow would bring more battles. While Zane was sleeping in Mesogog's island fortress, a more tense discussion was taking place there. The dimly lit chambers of the fortress echoed with a low hum, flickering green lights from monitors and bubbling experiment tanks casting eerie shadows across the stone walls. Mesogog stood tall, clawed hands clenched behind his back, eyes narrowed in front of the large central monitor. On the screen was a frozen image of the Omni-Ranger from earlier today. Unacceptable. Mesogog hissed, voice sharp and guttural. His scaly tail twitched as he turned sharply, slamming his claws into the side of a console, sending sparks flying. I could not extract any Ranger signature from him. Nothing. It's as if the Morphin Grid doesn't have his data. Elsa, arms crossed and tone guarded, stepped forward. We've run multiple scans, my lord. Whatever he's using, it's not from any of the known grid-accessible frequencies. It's like he's cloaked from the Morphin Grid itself. Cloaked, whether it is or not, I want answers, Mesogog spat. His eyes glowed with frustration, veins twitching on his face. Zeltrax slammed his fist into his palm, stepping into the light with a growl. Let me handle him. I'll tear through this Omni-Ranger with my blade. Just say the word. Mesogog glared. Fool. You couldn't even handle the red Dino Ranger. This one is different. Stronger. He's stronger than them and would destroy you in minutes. I have no use for an incompetent henchman. So shut up. The tension in the room grew heavier. Elsa remained composed, but her gaze flicked to Zeltrax briefly, knowing Mesogog was in one of his more volatile moods. When Mesogog couldn't understand something, his anger became unpredictable. If the Rangers are evolving, then so must we, Mesogog muttered, pacing slowly. My creations must be more than disposable pawns. He paused, turned to face his two subordinates, and grinned wickedly. From now on, every monster you create will have a failsafe. When defeated, they will grow. Gigantic. The cities they fight in will become graveyards. Zeltrax's visor gleamed with anticipation. Kaiju-sized monsters? That will crush the Rangers' morale. Their little dinosaur Zords won't hold out for long. Good, Mesogog replied, tapping his claws together in amusement. Let the humans tremble at the sight of what true evolution looks like. Dinosaurs shall reign once more. Elsa, ever the tactician, raised a brow. And what of the Omni-Ranger? If your monsters fall to him as easily as they do to the others, even at giant size, we gain nothing. Mesogog's grin dropped into a grimace. That is why we create a contingency, he growled. I want a special project. One that evolves with every battle it fights. One that can adapt to any Ranger power, including his. He turned to face the large chamber behind them, where tubes filled with failed experiments lined the walls. His gaze fixed on a single pod near the center, dark, untouched, sealed. Begin project copy and adapt. Use whatever data we've gathered from this Omni-Ranger, even if fragmented. Build a soldier with the sole purpose of killing him. Elsa nodded and left immediately, already typing commands into her wrist console to begin compiling test subjects and genetic data. Zeltrax lingered. And if the Rangers get in the way? Mesogog turned, his voice a sharp whisper. Then erase them. Zeltrax's hand clenched his sword as he walked off with purpose, his frame disappearing into the shadows of the fortress. Mesogog stood alone now, in front of the screen showing the Omni-Ranger's frozen image. He stared at it, unmoving. Who are you? What are you? The screen flickered. Mezagog hissed, clawing down the side of the console. No matter. Whatever you are, you'll break like the rest, and the age of dinosaurs shall reign once more. He walked into the shadows, the low mechanical hum of the fortress filling the silence behind him as the first stage of Project Copy and Adapt quietly began. 3 days later. The past few days had been exhausting for Tommy Oliver. He'd barely gotten any real sleep, and even when he did, his dreams were haunted by one thing: the new Ranger. This is all happening because of his past trauma. When he first began his Ranger journey, he doesn't want the Dino Rangers to experience what his first team had to experience with him. A/N. Tommy Oliver as Mighty Morphin Green Ranger was an absolute menace. He had tried everything: energy tracking, morphin frequency analysis, temporal scanning, but nothing worked. The mysterious figure's signature refused to be read, leaving only a blank void in the data. It was as if the Morphin Grid itself chose to hide this one Ranger. The thought alone was unnerving. Today was Friday. The sunlight filtered in faintly through the Dino Lab's reinforced windows as Tommy stood by the main console, coffee mug in hand. His expression was taut, a mixture of exhaustion and calculated urgency. His eyes were fixated on the screen, still displaying the paused footage from their last battle. The Omni-Ranger had made an appearance, helped his students, and vanished without a trace. Untraceable. Still, he muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. Out of desperation, he had contacted SPD headquarters earlier that week. They had access to some of the most advanced Ranger tech across timelines. If anyone could scan or trace an unknown Ranger, it was them. But their reply had only deepened his concern. We're unable to identify his grid signature. That had never happened before. Even among corrupted or cloaked Ranger signals, there was always something: a pulse, a surge, a flicker. But with this new Ranger? Nothing. It was like he was a ghost. And what made things worse was that SPD themselves had marked him as an anomaly worth monitoring. That sent a chill down Tommy's spine. If this new Ranger wasn't on their side, the threat level he posed would be unprecedented. Tommy had mulled over every possibility, and now he had come to a decision. If tech won't work, I'll use something else, he muttered. He turned away from the screen and grabbed his jacket, determination hardening his features. Magic. There were few people he trusted when it came to magic, real magic, not science passed off as myth. And one of them lived far from Queens. But the drive would be worth it if it brought him answers. Before leaving, Tommy double-checked everything in the Dino Lab. He made sure the defense systems were active and all data was backed up in the event of an attack. He left a note and instructions for Connor, Ethan, and Kira, ensuring they knew what to do if Mezagog made a move. His instincts told him something was coming. And soon. He moved swiftly to a sealed section of the lab, one only he had access to. He placed his hand against the scanner, followed by a voice code. Then he inputted a 4-digit code. 2367. Beep. Click. Whir. The vault opened with a hiss. Inside sat a single item, resting on a reinforced pedestal, the Master Morpher. A device unlike any other, forged by the Morphin Masters themselves. This Morpher allowed the user to access all the Ranger forms they had ever been bonded to. It drew from the stored data within the Morphin Grid, tapping into past identities with remarkable precision. Tommy stepped closer, eyes solemn. I can never be too safe, he whispered to himself. I may be overly paranoid, but this world demands so. He carefully took the Master Morpher, securing it into a hidden arm holster under his sleeve. Then he turned, walked out of the vault, and shut it behind him. Moments later, he was in his car, speeding toward Angel Grove. A/N. Hey guys, so to clarify things up, Angel Grove is a fictional city mostly used in the Power Rangers series. The roads were quiet that early in the morning. The sun barely touched the sky. The air was crisp. But even in the serenity of the drive, Tommy's thoughts were a storm. The Omni-Ranger. The sudden radio silence from Mezagog's island. And the growing presence of something dark creeping just beneath the surface. It all felt wrong. His first destination, Udana. She was one of the few individuals he trusted in magical matters. As the mentor of the Mystic Force Rangers and a powerful sorceress in her own right, she had access to arcane knowledge even the Morphin Grid didn't always explain. A/N. Yes, guys, the Mystic Force Rangers are already Rangers. I'll explain more about how the Rangers would appear in future episodes. I'll try not to make it too clogged. Angel Grove was a few hours out, but something told Tommy today wouldn't go smoothly. And he was right. Hours had passed since Tommy Oliver left for his mission. The Dino Rangers had returned to the lab to recover and regroup. The place was unusually quiet, the hum of the equipment blending with the occasional beep from the control systems. Ethan was the first to notice the instructions Tommy left behind. His eyes scanned the screen, absorbing the directives and updates their mentor had prepared for them. Without wasting time, he called the others over. After several minutes of serene silence in the Dino lab, Kira finally broke it. Guys, don't you think we should train to get stronger? We haven't really been taking this saving the world duty seriously. Her voice carried a weight that hung in the air. It made both Ethan and Connor frown, especially Connor. That sentence triggered something deep in him. He couldn't shake the feeling of humiliation from their last encounter. The image of the mysterious Omni-Ranger still played over and over in his head like a haunting memory. That guy, that mysterious ranger who came out of nowhere, stronger, faster, more skilled. He had taken on two of Mesogog's generals simultaneously and won. It was overwhelming. Embarrassing, even. Connor clenched his fists silently and made a vow right then. I'll never be that powerless again. I'll get stronger. Stronger than him. Ethan replied first, breaking Connor's internal monologue. You're right, Kira. Mesogog's army is growing more aggressive, and we've barely kept up. We need to evolve, not just keep pace. Connor nodded. All right, let's load up the simulation room. If we start grinding out training battles and logging our data, we'll accumulate experience fast. They were just about to make their way into the simulation chamber when a deafening alarm blared throughout the lab. Whir. Red lights flashed across the room. Instinctively, they rushed to the control station. Connor leaned over a monitor. Guys. Ethan came over quickly. What is it? Connor pointed at the screen. Is it just me, or are there multiple energy spikes forming just at the center of the city perimeter? Ethan squinted at the data, his fingers moving rapidly across the keyboard. That's not normal. This is teleportation energy. But these signatures, they're not the same. Multiple pings, different wavelengths. Could be different monsters or a lot of them. Kira's face hardened. Mesogog. Has to be, Ethan said, his voice tense. Outside, the rumbling began. A low tremor vibrated through the lab's foundation. The three of them exchanged a look. They didn't need to say a word. Time to suit up, Connor said with grim resolve. Meanwhile, in Mesogog's fortress, a bubbling hiss filled the dark chamber as one of the biotubes began to unseal. From within, a monstrous figure emerged. It was grotesque, part machine, part mutated beast. Its massive frame dripped with some form of biogel as thick, pulsating cords detached from its back. It roared deep, guttural, and feral, sending minor tremors through the stone walls of the lair. Zeltrax stood nearby, his arms folded as he watched the creation come to life with dark satisfaction. This one is different, he said under his breath. Let's see how the Rangers fare against a kaiju class. Mesogog, watching from his throne, smirked. But there was a shadow in his thoughts. The Omni-Ranger. That anomaly. That thorn. He leaned forward slightly. Once the Rangers believe they've won, the failsafe will activate. The monster will grow, not just in size, but in power, speed, and energy output. Even the mysterious Omni-Ranger won't survive. His voice dripped venom. We shall see how they handle Solaris first, then I shall proceed with my plan. Back on the highway. Nearing Angel Grove. Tommy's phone buzzed beside him. He picked it up without slowing down. Talk to me. Ethan's voice came through the speaker, urgent. Dr. O, we've got a problem. Multiple energy spikes, monsters incoming. It's not small, there are a lot of them. It's hitting the city center hard. Tommy's jaw tightened. Another attack. Another disaster. I figured as much. I was on my way to investigate something else, but I'll reroute. You three hold the line until I get there. Get the civilians to safety. No unnecessary risks. Understood, Ethan replied. Then the line went dead. Tommy's eyes narrowed. He pressed down on the gas pedal, his mind already working. He had been chasing leads about the Omni-Ranger, but now, that would have to wait. The city needed him more than the current mission did. Zane's POV. It's the weekend, huh? Time really flies, I mumbled to myself as I stretched and got up from my bed. I felt refreshed, recharged. The week had been wild, cleaning up criminals, stopping minor threats, racking up grid points. But no new attack from Mesogog, which meant one thing: false peace. Still, I couldn't help but smile as I opened my interface and looked at my progress. I was killing it. I got to work. Made my bed. Vacuumed the apartment. Washed and wiped every surface. Organized everything to perfection. My inner military discipline still ran strong, even in this chaotic new world. The sun outside was golden and sharp. New York looked serene. It was rare, but beautiful in its own strange, unpredictable way. Nothing could possibly go wrong today, I grinned to myself. Then, ding. Emergency mission generated. Fuck. I screamed mentally, already pulling up the details before the alert had finished chiming. New York City Center. The Dino Rangers, already morphed into their suits, sprinted toward the scene. Their boots slammed against pavement as the distant noise of crashing buildings and roaring monsters filled the air. But they were too late. Smoke clouded the streets. Buildings had chunks blown out of them. Fire spread across vehicles and debris. The Pteranodrones were already on a rampage. As the Rangers skidded to a halt, they caught sight of the new threat. The General. But this one wasn't like the others. It was tall, easily over 7 feet. Sleek black armor covered its frame, forged like a demonic knight from hell. Blades jutted out from both arms, long and serrated. Veins pulsed across its legs with visible energy, suggesting speed, agility, and monstrous strength. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the Rangers. Oh, if it isn't the Dino Rangers, it said in a cold, inhuman voice. Come to watch your city burn? Connor stepped forward, voice laced with sarcasm. Oh look, the metal tinkin speaks. First time I'm seeing an antique try to act tough. He tilted his head. Tell you what, go back to whatever museum exhibit you escaped from. Maybe we'll consider not turning you into forgotten history. Kira and Ethan stifled their laughs beneath their visors. This wasn't the time, but damn, Connor had a mouth on him. The creature growled. How dare you mock Solaris, the Dark Knight, the bringer of death. Yeah, skip the monologue. Ethan interrupted, clearly unimpressed. Let's just get this over with. Solaris let out a roar of fury and raised both bladed arms. Pteranodrones, kill them. The horde surged forward. Connor's voice dropped an octave. Rangers ready? They got into formation, battle stances locked. Let's rumble. Let's rumble. With a crackle of energy and a roar of war cries, the clash began. Pteranodrones swarmed them in waves. Ethan dove into the pack first, flipping over one drone and slamming it with a fierce spinning kick. He landed on both feet and activated his Thundermax saber, slicing through 2 more in one clean arc. Kira used her agility to weave between attackers, spinning and kicking with dancer-like grace. Her Terra grips buzzed with energy as she fired a volley of blasts, clearing a path for Connor. The Red Ranger was ferocity incarnate. His strikes were raw, fueled by frustration and pride. Every punch he threw came with weight. He had to be better. He would be better. No Omni-Ranger would outshine him again. Solaris watched, amused. Oh yes, entertain me, little Rangers. He began walking forward slowly, his blade arms dragging across the pavement, sending sparks flying. Solaris moved. No warning. No signal. No growl. Just a blur of black and metal, a shadow with purpose. Before the Rangers could react, the hulking Dark Knight had already slashed them. His movements were so fast, they didn't even see it coming. But they sure felt it. Slash, slash, slash. 3 gleaming arcs of pain traced across their chests. Sparks burst from their suits as they were knocked backward, flying several feet before crashing into the hard pavement. "ARGH, this fucker." Connor gasped, clutching his chest as sparks flared from his armor. The pain hit deep. Solaris wasn't just fast, he was vicious. Kira groaned, struggling to her feet. "What was that?" Ethan hissed as he rolled over, gripping his side. "Felt like a damn freight train with blades." Solaris stood tall amidst the chaos, his gleaming blade arm humming with residual energy. He took a step forward, his voice dripping with amusement. "You Rangers are far too weak. Perfect playthings for torture." His voice was as cold as his steel, and just as sharp. Ethan gritted his teeth, forcing himself up. "Aren't knights supposed to fight with honor?" "Honor." Solaris laughed, full and unhinged. "Honor is for the weak. I abandoned such delusions years ago." His voice darkened. "Enough talk. It's time for you all to die." Kira and Ethan tensed, panic creeping into their movements. Solaris was different, stronger, smarter, and terrifyingly fast. Their minds raced. How were they going to fight someone this dangerous? But before Solaris could move again, clang! Connor appeared in front of him, intercepting his blade with a savage parry using his Thundermax saber. The impact echoed like a bell through the air. The knight froze mid-attack, stunned. "You!" Solaris couldn't believe it. The Red Ranger had blocked him? "I won't let you hurt anyone anymore," Connor growled, eyes narrowed behind his visor. This wasn't the same hot-headed Connor from earlier in the week. Something had changed. There was a fire in him now, a burning rage not just at Solaris, but at himself. That feeling of being outclassed last week by the mysterious Omni-Ranger still gnawed at his pride. It haunted him. He was the Red Ranger, the Tyranno Ranger. The one who carried the spirit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The apex predator. And yet, someone else had stood at the top of the food chain. Unacceptable. That humiliation had turned into fuel. Fuel that ignited something deeper in his grid connection. That rage, that desperate need to reclaim dominance, it amplified his powers, especially his gem-given talent, super speed. Now, Connor's speed was on a whole new level. Solaris could sense it. He could feel it in Connor's stance, his aura. And he didn't like it. "Impossible. You're just a buddling ranger." Solaris snarled. "How dare you match me in speed? That's my domain." They locked eyes, predator versus predator. Then, cling! Blade met blade again in midair. Sparks flew like wildfire. And then it was chaos. In an instant, both disappeared, just after images left behind, flickering in and out of sight like ghosts. The clanging of their blades echoed around the streets like thunder. Clang! 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 Each impact was bone-shaking. Both were moving faster than the human eye could follow. Blades collided in bursts of fury. Each strike had purpose. Each movement was lethal. Connor twisted midair, flipped behind Solaris, and tried a sweep kick, only for Solaris to vanish in a shimmer of black and reappear in a diving slash from above. Connor blocked just in time, skidding backward on the street, his boots gouging into concrete. "You're fast," Solaris spat, "but you're not better." Connor's grip tightened on his saber. "We'll see about that." Backed into a corner emotionally and physically, Connor was fighting not just Solaris, but his own doubt. His desire to surpass Omni-Ranger. To prove that he was the one who belonged at the top. This fight wasn't just survival, it was vindication. He turned his head briefly mid-dash, shouting to his teammates, "Guys, help the civilians. Handle the rest of the Tyrannodrones. I'll take care of Metalface here." Kira and Ethan looked at each other, startled by the sudden authority in his voice, but nodded. "Got it," Ethan said and took off toward the burning street where civilians screamed for help. "Be careful, Connor," Kira called back as she leaped into the fray alongside Ethan. Back on the battlefield. "It's you and me now, Solaris," Connor said as he dropped into a fighting stance. "I promise I'll turn you into molten metal." Solaris howled in fury. "How dare you look down on me? Die." They both vanished again, blurs slashing through space like lightning. Clang! 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 The force of each strike sent out shockwaves, shattering windows and throwing debris everywhere. Sparks flew, metal shrieked. The battle was so fast that their fight had turned into a deadly dance of streaks, red and black flashing across the skyline like meteor trails. Connor ducked, rolled, and uppercut Solaris with a blazing strike, sending the knight spiraling backward into a building. Crash! Solaris burst from the rubble with a roar and launched a spinning blade dash that would have sliced a building in half. Connor barely ducked beneath it, responding with a kick to Solaris' chest that knocked him skyward. In the air, they clashed again, kicks, slashes, elbows. The street below was their battleground, and neither of them held back. Meanwhile, across the street, Kira ducked under a flying piece of debris and blasted 2 Pteranodrones off a flaming car. "These guys don't quit," she muttered, leaping and spinning midair before landing a devastating Terra kick that blew 3 drones backward into a wall. Ethan activated his shield. Tyranno's shield. He slammed it into the ground, creating a barrier that stopped a wave of incoming drones from overwhelming fleeing civilians. "We got to finish this quick," Kira shouted, firing rapid blasts from her Terra grips. Ethan grunted as he shoulder-checked a drone into a fire hydrant. "Trust me, I'd love nothing more." They watched as Connor zipped past the sky above them again, locked in his duel with Solaris. Since when was he this strong? Kira asked, eyes wide behind her visor. Ethan ducked a swing and replied as he crushed a drone with his elbow. "I have no idea, but as long as it helps us beat the cranky knight, I'm more than fine with it." Kira smirked beneath her helmet. "Fair enough. Let's deal with the remaining fossils." She flipped and roundhouse kicked 2 drones, calling out, "Terra grips, fire." Ethan raised his shield. Tyranno's shield, charge. Together, they blasted through the remaining Pteranodrones in a spectacular eruption of grid energy. Back to Connor's duel. The 2 warriors landed on opposite ends of the street, both breathing heavily now. Their suits sparked. Their blades vibrated with overused energy, but neither relented. Solaris' armor was cracked in places. One of his blade arms sparked erratically. "You're just a child," Solaris hissed. "This should be impossible." Connor stood tall. "I'm not just any ranger. I am the Red Ranger. I'm the Tyranno Ranger. And I don't lose to knockoff knights." Solaris screamed in fury and charged with one last slash. He charged, dragging one blade behind him, carving up the street. He leapt high, spinning midair, and activated a signature move. Dark Fang Laceration. Connor activated his full grid power. Red lightning coursed through his body, his suit glowing wildly. Thundermax Strike. Their final attacks collided in midair. Boom! The resulting shockwave leveled cars, cracked buildings, and sent shockwaves across the entire block. When the smoke cleared, only one figure stood. Connor, panting heavily, lowered his saber. Solaris lay defeated, sparks sputtering from his chest. "Try forging some honor in your next life," Connor muttered. But before he could move further, he heard a chilling voice. "We are not finished yet. Where did you think you were going?" "What?" Meanwhile, on a rooftop nearby, Zane Callahan stood silent. He had just arrived at the scene. His Omni-Morpher glowed faintly as he watched the battlefield from above. His armor shimmered subtly beneath his coat. He had seen everything. Connor's growth. The team's struggle. The chaos of Mesogog's new strategy. The city was falling into darkness. His interface flickered. "Emergency mission update. Kaiju-class threat incoming. ETA, 3 minutes. Zane narrowed his eyes. "Figures," he muttered. He turned, cape fluttering in the wind. "Guess it's my turn." The engine of Tommy's Jeep rumbled as he sped down the cracked highway. The expression on his face was one of deep concern and rising tension. Today was supposed to be different. He was supposed to get answers to the worries haunting him and also help the Rangers upgrade their gear with the dinosaur eggs. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. "I hope the kids can hold them back till I get there," he muttered to himself. He swerved the Jeep at high speed, narrowly avoiding the wreckage left behind by the monsters that had ravaged the area. But then, boom! The road ahead exploded in a violent burst. Fire, debris, and shrapnel erupted into the air like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Tommy forced the jeep into a grinding halt just before reaching the destroyed stretch of road. What was that? Tommy gritted his teeth, confusion and fury swirling in his mind as the tires screeched to a stop. He jumped out of the jeep, his senses sharp, scanning the wreckage and smoke for any sign of the source. And that's when he heard it. Well, if it isn't the legendary Power Ranger, Tommy Oliver, a sultry and mocking voice echoed behind him. He turned. Two of Mesogog's most trusted lieutenants emerged through the smoke like demons summoned from hell itself. Elsa walked confidently, her black skin-tight dress emphasizing every seductive motion, her fair skin and black-painted lips glowing like death's lipstick. Zeltrax marched beside her with calm but purposeful menace. His pitch-black armor reflected the sun with eerie brilliance. His sword and shield lethal, ancient, and waiting for war. Tommy's gaze sharpened, the irritation of the day finally boiling over. "It's you guys." Zeltrax's thick, guttural voice responded, laced with rage. "We have come by the orders of our master to destroy you." Tommy scoffed, as if they were bad actors in a low-budget film. "I think your master just sent you both on a suicide mission. Now get out of my way like the good little monsters you are, and maybe we can call it a day." Elsa chuckled, tilting her head with her eyes glinting mischief. "Oh, Tommy, who's going to make us?" "I will," he said boldly, pulling out his master morpher. Zeltrax and Elsa immediately took combat stances. Elsa giggled. "Aren't you a little too old for this, Tommy?" Tommy raised the morpher, his expression unshaken. "I may be old, but I still got it." He pressed the morpher. "It's morphin' time." Zeo Ranger V Red. In a flash of red light, the transformation activated. Time itself seemed to slow for a heartbeat as the legendary power engulfed him. Now clad in the mighty Zeo Red Ranger suit, Tommy's visor reflected the incoming threats. Zeltrax snarled and charged, Elsa following close behind. Tommy met them head-on, his combat scream echoing beneath his helmet. "Hiya!" Zeltrax swung his blade with deadly force. Elsa's claws slashed the air with lethal precision. Tommy blocked each strike, retaliating with perfectly timed counters and powerful leg strikes. Every impact rocked the nearby environment. Cars were overturned, walls shattered, glass exploded, chaos painted in the colors of war. Tommy ducked a strike, landed a solid kick to Elsa's side, then flipped over Zeltrax's shield slash. Fluid, clean, battle-forged. "Give up, Tommy. Your Rangers are doomed," Zeltrax growled. Tommy took a lower, tighter stance. His voice turned cold. "Not a chance." Zeltrax's rage bubbled over. "You dare defy my master? Then die." Shield headquarters, Manhattan, lower levels, command center. The walls of the command chamber trembled as the rumble of the distant explosion reached them. Screens flickered. Alerts blared. And Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., strode into the room with the presence of a man already halfway to solving the problem before anyone could explain it. "Talk to me," Fury barked. Agent Hill pulled up the city map, zooming into the red blinking beacon flashing near Midtown. "Sir, there's been a coordinated attack in central Manhattan. 3 class, 7 hostiles. One of them is armored. One's using claws. One unknown energy source just lit up like a damn Christmas tree on our grid." "Energy source?" She nodded. "Yeah, Morphin's signature. Similar to what we picked up during that Angel Grove incident last year, but this one's stronger." Fury didn't even blink. "Tommy Oliver." Agent Coulson stepped into the room. "Confirmed. Satellite just picked up his morph signature. He's battling 2 assailants in the middle of 45th Street. Damage escalating. We also confirmed that another large-scale attack is happening not far from Tommy. Possibly the Dino Rangers, but something seems to be disrupting any attempt to track it down." Fury rubbed his jaw. "So Mesogog's goons are picking fights in public now. I hate it when they get cocky." "Sir," Hill said, "local law enforcement is overwhelmed." "Should we intervene?" Fury's eye hardened. "Deploy a response team. Call in Romanoff and Barton. Get them in fast. If this spills over, we'll need firepower." "What about Stark?" Coulson asked carefully. Fury sighed, then nodded. "Call him. He'll complain, whine about protocols, and still show up in a flashy suit. Tell him it's a chance to test one of his toys. He'll love that. Understood. Downtown Manhattan, aboard a S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical van. Black Widow, dressed in tactical black and buckling her weapons, looked over to Clint Barton, Hawkeye, who was checking his arrows silently. Another day, another monster, she quipped. Clint shrugged. At least it's not aliens this time. A/N. This is a hint for another Ranger team. Can anyone guess? Yet, she added dryly. Their van skidded to a halt several blocks from the chaos. Flames were rising above the skyline. Smoke drifted between buildings like a ghostly tide. Civilians were already being evacuated by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as fire trucks and ambulances tried their best to keep up. Black Widow exited first, eyeing the distance. We're going in silent, she said. Engage if they target civilians. Leave the red one to himself. Copy that. They sprinted into the battlefield like phantoms. Stark Tower, personal lab. Tony Stark glanced at the monitor, which had been flashing for several seconds. Jarvis spoke calmly. Sir, a morphin-based energy signature has triggered one of your early warning systems. S.H.I.E.L.D. has requested your assistance. Tony raised a brow. Didn't think we were on a first-name basis again. Agent Hill says it's in Manhattan. One of Mesogog's monsters. Well, isn't that supposed to be the Rangers' problem? Tony replied with a tinge of annoyance. Jarvis calmly asked, Sir, is this because your request to buy a morpher was rejected? Tony's face soured as if remembering an unpleasant memory. After some time he sighed. Tony leaned back, then looked over at the silver-red suit displayed in the lab, Mark IV. Well, I did say I wanted to test the new reactor core. Very good, sir. Minutes later, the window opened wide, and with a blast of energy, Iron Man rocketed out into the skies, heading straight for the battle. Battlefield, Midtown, 45th Street. Tommy was holding his own. Barely. Zeltrax was a tank, unrelenting, brute force, nearly indestructible. Elsa, on the other hand, was chaos, fast, precise, and unpredictable. You're slowing down, Ranger. Elsa taunted as her claws swiped inches from his visor. Tommy ducked, rolled, then countered with a double spin kick that sent her crashing into a nearby car. I'm just getting warmed up, he barked. Suddenly, twang. An arrow slammed into Zeltrax's armor, briefly distracting him. Tommy turned, confused, until he saw a figure perched on a building ledge, bow in hand. Who the hell? Another arrow fired, this one releasing a shockwave that sent Elsa reeling. Black Widow dashed in next, sliding under Zeltrax's slash and firing twin electric pulses into his side. Tommy grunted in recognition. Shield. Yep, Natasha called. You looked like you needed backup. Zeltrax growled, rising slowly. Fools. You dare interfere. A booming voice echoed from above. Yeah, well, I hate missing a good fight. A crimson blur landed with a metallic crash. Iron Man stood tall, arc reactor pulsing. Let's dance. We're not finished yet. Where did you think you were going? What? Connor's instincts screamed danger. A blur moved behind him. Too fast to react. Bam. A heavy kick slammed into his solar plexus. His eyes widened under his helmet, pain twisting his face as his body was launched backwards, violently crashing into a wall. Thud. He hit the ground like a ragdoll and instantly demorphed. His suit disintegrated in flickers of red light. His breathing was ragged, his body writhing in pain. Red Ranger. Connor. Ethan and Kira screamed simultaneously, sprinting to his side. Horror etched across their faces. Ethan dropped to his knees, helping lift Connor's head. Connor. Are you okay? He whispered. Connor coughed, blood running from the corner of his mouth. Still, he forced a crooked smile, teeth stained. I'm fine, guys. But we need to stop him. Or he'll wreak even more havoc across the city. Stay down, Connor. We'll deal with him, Kira said, her voice both firm and worried. We already contacted Dr. O. We just need to hold him off till he arrives. Across the wrecked battlefield stood Solaris, the cause of all this carnage. His armor cracked and glowing from excess energy. His breath came out in distorted gasps. The madness in his eyes burned hotter than ever. Killing intent poured from his body like a flood. How dare you contend with me in speed? You will die. With a feral shriek, his aura exploded like a volcano, blasting a crater beneath him as he charged. The Rangers couldn't even move. He was too fast. His blade-like arms gleamed. Death was closing in. Then, cling! A sharp echo filled the air. Sparks burst as Solaris's blades met resistance. A new figure stood between the Rangers and death. Long coat fluttering, cape billowing from the shockwave. Calm, unbothered. A voice spoke, cool, composed, and layered with quiet amusement. My, aren't you a ferocious-looking knight? Solaris froze. His twisted face contorted further in disbelief. You? Who the hell are you? The silhouette stepped forward, revealing the glint of his ranger suit. Zane, the Omni-Ranger. Aura flickering faintly around him like restrained lightning. Connor coughed again, lifting his head slightly. It's you. Zane looked back briefly and smirked. Yeah, miss me, Red Ranger. As if, Connor rolled his eyes, but relief was clear in his voice. Zane turned to Solaris, his tone playful but with an underlying threat. So, you're one of Mesogog's new pets, huh? Last I checked, he was into lab-made freaks. Since when did he start importing medieval knights? Solaris didn't answer. He couldn't. His mind reeled in disbelief. Zane tilted his head. No witty comeback? No villain monologue. He let out a dramatic sigh. Oh well. Doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. Solaris was still staring at his arms, those blade hands that were supposed to make him unstoppable. He had sacrificed everything. Years of forbidden experimentation, all for this power. And still, he was outmatched. I will kill you all, he roared, eyes bloodshot and mad. His aura surged again, even more chaotic than before. Zane's eyes narrowed. Very good. Get mad. I want a real fight, he thought inwardly, smiling slightly. Then he looked at the others. You guys get to safety. I'll deal with him. The Rangers didn't argue. They understood. They nodded and quickly pulled Connor away from the front line. Zane lifted his arm. Omni-Saber. A burst of blue light materialized into the sleek, powerful sword in his grip. Solaris didn't wait. He charged, letting out an enraged roar. Cling! Their blades collided with explosive force. The shockwave shattered nearby windows. Cars were flung like toys. Sparks rained from the sky. Cling! 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 A relentless exchange of sword strikes. Zane's movements were precise, effortless, while Solaris's were wild, brutal, unhinged. Still, the strength behind Solaris's strikes couldn't be underestimated. Zane ducked under a horizontal slash and sidekicked Solaris through a car windshield. The vehicle crumpled beneath him. Solaris roared and rose again, blood dripping from his mouth, energy spiking higher. Roar. Zane brought his sword up just in time to block another charge. The impact slid him back several feet. Zane muttered. Even novice bosses are this strong now? Heh, guess I'll be having more fun than I thought. Switching the Omni-Saber to his left hand, he slammed his right fist into Solaris's chest, crack, right on the solar plexus. Solaris flew back, his body crashing against a flipped truck with bone-breaking force. But even then, he stood up again, screaming, I cannot lose. I am evolution. He rushed again. Faster. Desperate. Zane's eyes glinted. You're pushing your body past its limit. You'll burn yourself out before you even touch me. He deactivated the Omni-Saber. V-Blade. A new weapon formed in his hand, sleeker but sharper, with a high-frequency hum. Zane swung, and from the blade surged a massive energy wave. Boom. It slammed into Solaris, engulfing him in a spiral of destruction. A building wall cracked from the impact. Solaris fell, but rose again. Barely. Blood covered his armor. His arm shook. His aura was unstable, ready to detonate. And yet, still, he charged. Zane narrowed his eyes. Persistent bastard. Then he raised the blade vertically. The air went still. Aura began to rise off his body. Power building. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Omniforce. Full power. Suddenly, boom! Zane's entire figure exploded with power. His aura flared violently, crimson, blue, silver, and gold swirling together like a living storm. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Lightning danced around him. The wind itself bent his will. Even the air felt heavier. Solaris froze mid-charge. Zane pointed the blade. "I told you. You're going to die." He vanished. Instant transmission. Clang. He appeared behind Solaris. The V-blade now crackling with unstable omni-energy. Solaris gasped. "No." Zane didn't hesitate. One slash. A clean arc. A wave of white-hot energy exploded outward. Krakum. Solaris screamed, his body consumed by the energy. Armor cracked. Limbs tore. His aura shattered like glass. A final scream. Nua. Then silence. Solaris's body disintegrated into light, reduced to ash and fragments. Gone. The battlefield was scorched, glass melted from the heat, and the scent of ozone filled the air. Zane stood silently, lowering his blade. Steam rose off his armor. His aura dimmed slowly. The V-blade dispersed into particles of light. The threat was over. Behind him, Ethan, Kira, and Connor, now leaning against Ethan's shoulder, stared in awe. "That was insane," Ethan said, wide-eyed. Connor smirked weakly. "Remind me never to piss him off." Zane turned and walked toward them. "You good?" he asked casually. Connor nodded. "Still breathing." "Then it's a good day," Zane said, offering a small smile. Ethan and Kira helped Connor up fully. What kind of ranger are you?" Kira asked, still breathless from the display. Zane looked up at the sky for a moment, then smirked under his helmet. "Me?" He pointed at himself. "I'm your friendly neighborhood Power Ranger. Just like you guys." They all snorted, not believing him. Before they could ask any more questions, the ground started rumbling. Zane's eyes narrowed slightly. And so it begins. Tommy, clad in his blazing red Zeo Ranger suit, stood firm as the battle raged around him. Pteranodrones screeched and clanked as they were slammed to the concrete and blasted apart by repulsors, arrows, and precise gunfire. With the help of Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, they had managed to suppress the small army Zeltrax and Elsa had unleashed. Explosions flared in the background, smoke rising from a busted generator tower. The air was thick with ozone, the aftermath of high-tech and morphin-powered clashes. Zeltrax and Elsa stood unbothered amidst the chaos. No anger. No fear. Just a calm certainty that sent a chill down Tommy's spine. Something was off. "Thanks, guys. I'll handle it from here," Tommy said, stepping forward, voice crisp through the Zeo helmet. Hawkeye nodded, lowering his bow. "No problem. It's our duty after all," he replied casually, though his eyes were sharp, scanning for surprises. Tommy gave a brief nod, his gaze shifting back to the dark duo. His fists clenched. Today it ends. He would make sure of it. Then, rumble. The entire street shuddered. Cars bounced. Windows shattered from the low-frequency shockwave. Even the sky seemed to tremble. Clint staggered and grunted as he caught his balance, while Natasha instinctively crouched low to steady herself. Above them, Tony swayed mid-flight, his thrusters adjusting rapidly. Tommy, however, stood unmoved, his stance solid. His fingers curled tighter as a dreadful familiarity crept into his chest. His voice was low but firm. "What have you done?" Zeltrax chuckled darkly. "Too late, Ranger. The plan has already succeeded." He turned to Elsa. "Activate the device." Elsa smiled wickedly. "Pleasure." She waved at Tommy in a mock-seductive manner, as if taunting him. Tommy's hand moved to reach for them. "No, you don't." But it was too late. Zzzzmm. A flash of blue and violet light erupted as the teleportation device activated, and they vanished into thin air. Tony landed beside Tommy, his helmet's faceplate open, revealing a frown. Red guy, what the hell was that rumbling just now?" Tommy exhaled slowly. It was the awakening of Krakum. The ground exploded about 5 blocks away, sending a shockwave that turned parked cars into flying debris. A cloud of dust and energy blasted into the air, briefly covering the sun. Then silence. A brief stillness. A shadow emerged. Towering. Hulking. Monstrous. The sun dimmed, like a frightened child hiding behind clouds. And there it stood. A freaking kaiju-sized knight. Tommy screamed, disbelief cracking his normally calm tone. The beast was titanic, easily 30 stories tall. Covered in metallic black armor, with glowing magma-colored runes carved into its plates. A warped medieval helmet with glowing red slits for eyes. In its hand, a massive broadsword, twice the size of a city bus, rested against the ground, sending seismic tremors each time it twitched. It roared. Rea or. The sound shattered every window in a 2-mile radius. Sirens blared. Civilians screamed. Birds fled the sky in a mad frenzy. Natasha stared up, arms falling to her sides in disbelief. Damn, not again. Tony's calm facade broke just a little. Yep, half the city's probably screwed. Then he groaned. Why do they always get bigger? Like, what's the obsession with size lately? Tommy didn't respond. His heart was pounding, not out of fear, but urgency. He had seen something like this before. A cursed design. A forbidden experiment from years ago. He launched into the air, using a massive Zeo-powered leap that sent him soaring across the broken skyline like a meteor. Whoosh! Shit, he muttered, I hope the kids are all right. Below, Clint turned to Natasha. Guess we're following. She holstered her pistol. Let's go. They sprinted after him, weaving through debris as fire alarms screamed across the street. Tony hovered midair, watching the night beast take a step. Each step quaked the ground. Boom. 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 Pavement cracked. Streetlights fell. Helicopters tried to move away from the creature's radius as its sword slowly lifted. Tony sighed again, this time with genuine frustration. Jarvis. Yes, sir, the AI responded calmly. After this mission, we need to finish the big guy. I've already increased development priority by 38% after detecting a class kaiju threat. Make it 100%, Jarvis. I want that damn thing ready before the next guy shows up with planet-busting boots. Understood, sir. Tony watched as the kaiju knight roared again, unleashing a wave of crimson energy that shattered the glass of the entire Noble Plaza tower, sending shards raining down like deadly snowflakes. Yep. Gotta love Mondays, he muttered. He nodded to himself, sealed his faceplate, and flew off to the location. Zane POV. Zane stood silently, eyes narrowed behind his helmet as he stared up at the newly awakened, towering monstrosity. The kaiju-sized knight loomed like a god of war, emanating raw energy and distorted pressure with every breath it took. His heart raced, not out of fear, but out of thrill. Anticipation buzzed in his blood like lightning. He was finally going mega. I've been waiting for this, Zane whispered to himself, then turned toward the others. So, guys, you think you're up for it? Connor took a step forward, eyes still on the mechanical beast. Yeah, our Megazord should be able to handle him. But if we fight here, the city's toast. His tone was grave, concern etched into his voice. Zane nodded. True. We're right in the middle of the city. He mentally connected to the grid, his inner voice calm but firm. Grid, do you have anything that can help to minimize or eliminate civilian casualties? Affirmative, Master. Zane exhaled in relief. Phew, thank goodness. So where is it? Ding. Hidden condition met. My first mega battle. Rewards are being distributed. Rewards received. Innocence, skill Megazord skill card. Zane blinked. Wait, I completed a hidden mission? I didn't even know those were a thing. He smirked under his helmet. Guess the grid doesn't hand everything out on a silver platter. He focused on the information. Innocence skill type, B tier, growth, allows the user to completely prevent destruction or harm to innocence and the environment during combat. All prior damage in the active zone is reversed upon activation. Megazord skill card, A tier, permanent upon use, allows for the combination of incompatible Zords from different origins. Integrates permanently into the user's Zord core. Zane grinned. Oh, now this is good. Real good. He could already feel the options unfolding. He faced the Rangers. I have a solution. Summon your Zords. Engage immediately. He's still unstable and might lash out any second. Kira looked at him with wide eyes. Wait, really? Yes, Zane replied firmly. And I'll summon mine too. Ethan raised a brow. Hold up, you have a Zord? Zane chuckled. You expected a Ranger to not have one? Huh. That's fair, Ethan said, shaking his head with a grin. Before they could continue, a familiar voice called out. Kids, are you all right? Tommy landed beside them in his Zeo Ranger form, his armor faintly glowing from the leap. Though still cloaked behind his helmet, the concern in his voice was clear. We're good, Dr. O'Connor said, switching back into his Ranger stance. Thanks to Omni-Ranger here. Seriously, Kira added quickly, we might have been toast if he didn't jump in. Tommy turned to Zane, silently observing him. Beneath the helmet, a storm of emotions, gratitude, curiosity, and concern rippled in his gaze. Thanks for keeping them safe, he said sincerely, stepping forward and extending a hand. Zane waved it off lightly. It's nothing, sir. Just doing my job as a Ranger. Tommy smiled under the helmet and shook his hand with pride. Guess I was worried for nothing. Guys, Ethan spoke up urgently. Solaris is moving. Fast. Zane's eyes narrowed. Guess it's time. He lifted one hand and invoked the grid. Innocence. The world stilled. A gentle pulse of invisible energy spread out in all directions, like a quiet breeze through the chaos. A veil descended over the battlefield, untouchable and sacred. Instantly, the devastation reversed. Collapsed buildings uncrumbled. Streets healed. Flames flickered and vanished. Wounded civilians stirred as if waking from a nightmare, their injuries gone. Even the clouds above seemed to brighten. Tommy and the Rangers stared in awe, unable to comprehend what they'd just seen. The sight of destroyed streets reforming, of people regaining consciousness, left them speechless. Zane turned, his voice calm and sure. You can go wild now. There's no more danger to the surroundings. Without another word, the Dino Rangers nodded and raised their arms. T-Rex ZORD. Tricera ZORD. Terra ZORD. A mechanical rumble echoed through the city. The thunderous stomps of massive robotic dinosaurs grew louder by the second until, one by one, they arrived. The ground shook as the mighty Zords appeared in all their metallic glory. The Dino Rangers leapt into action, each jumping aboard their respective Zord, their arms crossed on their chest. Logging in. Combined powers. Dino Thunder, Megazord formation. Time bent. Inside the Morphin Grid, the Zords began their majestic fusion, metal locking with metal, sparks flying, servos whirring. The drill arm of the Megazord rotated midair, crackling with power. A beastly mechanical roar echoed across the dimension. Rueahar. Time resumed. The Dino Thunder Megazord now stood in its full majesty, its eyes glowing with focused fury. Looks even better than it did in the show, Zane thought. And huge. Tommy beside him gave a satisfied nod. Still gives me chills. From a distance, Tony Stark and the others watched stunned. Solaris, now barely coherent, his mind twisted by unstable power, let out a distorted roar and charged. His blade scraped the concrete as he lunged toward the Megazord. No words. No strategy. Just raw rage. The ground trembled as the two giants collided, drill versus blade. Cling. Boom. Crack. Every strike sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Sparks erupted. Sonic blasts rippled outward. Each blow, strong enough to level a street block, did nothing to the world around them, thanks to innocence. The Rangers held their own. Drill punches, bladed kicks, seismic hammer blows, they countered Solaris at every turn, even pushing him back. It looked like they had it handled. Until... Vroom. A massive rift opened in the sky like torn fabric. From it emerged a creature that froze the air itself. A head, shaped like a dragon's skull, glowing with blue fire, peeked through first. Then came the armored body. It looked like a twisted hybrid between a dinosaur and a tank, covered in cerulean plates etched with ancient runes. Its eyes glowed with hate. Its presence alone sent tremors through the air. Zane immediately felt it. A second kaiju, he whispered. I knew it. Confirmed. 2 Kaiju-class enemies designated as Solaris, Beta, and Cryonox, Alpha. Threat level increasing. The Dino Megazord tried to brace for impact, but it was clear they were now outnumbered. Cryonox let out a screech that shattered distant windows. Then it pounced. Bang! The Megazord staggered as both beasts assaulted it. Sparks flew with every hit. Their blades crashed. Energy blasts ripped through the sky. The Megazord countered, but it was slowing, damage visible across its armor. The battle had just escalated. And they were only just getting started. Tommy frowned, his fists clenched at his sides. Damn it, the kids won't be able to handle both. Zane stepped forward, calm but confident. Don't worry. I got it. Tommy turned to him, uncertain for a moment, but something in Zane's tone, unyielding and sure, made him nod without another word. Zane raised his morpher high into the air. His voice rang out with a quiet authority that echoed through the battlefield. Summon Shark Zord. Boom! A massive golden portal tore open the sky like a divine rift. Wind howled as the dimensional gate pulsed with energy. Then it came, an impossibly huge, crimson-armored Shark Zord, hovering midair like a leviathan god. Its gills hissed. Its fins flared. It breathed as if it were alive. With no hesitation, it opened its mechanical jaws and blasted Solaris with a concentrated beam of pure red energy. The ray struck Solaris with a cataclysmic explosion. Kra Kamoom. The Berserk Knight flew backward, crashing into a skyscraper which, thanks to Zane's innocent skill, reformed the moment it crumbled. The Rangers were momentarily stunned. Even Solaris and the other monster hadn't seen the attack coming. The pressure the Shark Zord exuded was monstrous. It was sleek, massive, and somehow more threatening than even the Ranger's Megazord. You have a Zord? Tommy asked, incredulous. The kind of disbelief that only came when a lifelong truth was shattered. Zane nodded, a small grin forming beneath his helmet. He had made the legendary Tommy Oliver speechless. That alone felt like an achievement. Activate teleportation sequence. Zane disappeared in a blink of red particles and reappeared inside the Shark Zord's cockpit. The control center wasn't what he expected. No buttons. No handles. No conventional steering. Just a massive, floating interface suspended midair, glowing with rotating rings of light and words only he could command. As if the Zord responded to thoughts and intent alone. Yet somehow, he knew what to do. His thoughts were the Zord's. His eyes saw through its optics. Its limbs moved as he desired. A perfect connection. This is like having a second body, he muttered, a thrill in his voice. All right, enough gawking. Let's pummel some monsters. He straightened, adopting a fighting stance, his hands shaped like claws. Launching transformation sequence. A golden disc materialized in front of him and began spinning violently. Omni-Megazord ready. The Shark Zord let out a feral, mechanical roar, and in that moment, time itself froze. The battlefield morphed into a vast ocean, an illusion? A dimension? It didn't matter. The Shark Zord dove into the water, disappearing momentarily before launching back up like a missile. Then, transform! Zane roared. The Zord split apart in midair. The core rotated and shifted into a broad chest plate. The tail became dual legs. The fins curled into armored arms, and the red shark head spiraled into the central core, reshaping into a majestic helmet. Then came the final touch, the original Shark Zord's head mounted to the Megazord's chest, its mouth slightly ajar, pulsing with ominous energy. Time resumed. To the outside world, all they saw was a crimson flash, then the Omni-Megazord had appeared. Towering, glowing, gleaming under sunlight. A fusion of grace and brutality. Sleek like a warrior. Powerful like a god. Zane, now within the cockpit of this divine machine, moved and the Zord followed. Every limb. Every twitch. One-to-one synchronization. He grinned. Let's make this epic. The Dino Thunder Megazord stood beside him. The two Zords turned briefly toward each other, as if acknowledging one another's presence. Warriors ready for war. Without hesitation, Zane took charge. Omni-Megazord, engage Solaris. His Megazord dashed forward with shocking speed, boom, shattering the ground beneath its feet. Despite its size, it moved like a martial artist, fluid and deadly. Shing! A red scythe materialized in its hand, blazing with Omni-Force. Zane swung. Slayawaz. Solaris was sent flying again, his armor torn by the scythe's cut. Sparks and fractured plates burst off him in a wave. Bam! Zane didn't let up. His Megazord leapt, performing a flying kick to Solaris's gut, followed by a seamless roundhouse to the face, a forward jab to the chest, and then crack! A devastating hook straight to the jaw. Reaha! Solaris screamed as blood splattered under his helmet. His armor caved in, revealing grotesque, corrupted flesh beneath, burned, infected, monstrous. Disgusting, Zane muttered, then spun the scythe and slammed it down. Boom! Solaris cratered the ground, groaning in agony. Zane's Megazord stood dominant, an apex predator made of steel. But then, the other Kaijo struck. Clang! The Dino Ranger's Megazord was slammed by the monster's claw, flung backward. Sparks flew. Its leg plating dented under the impact. Tommy's jaw clenched. They're not experienced enough, they're getting overwhelmed. Zane noticed too. They're holding back that thing, but not for long. He muttered. He made a quick decision. He needed more power. More force. He closed his eyes. Summon White Tiger Zord. Summoning White Tiger Zord. Another golden portal tore the sky. Roarar. From the breach came the White Tiger Zord, once the legacy Zord of the mighty Morphin White Ranger, but now updated. Its body was sleeker. More aerodynamic. Faster than ever, moving at speeds nearly matching a jet fighter. It landed beside the Rangers and, without needing a command, charged into the fray, slamming into the second kaiju. Boom! Steel clashed with scales. It was a blur of white and gold, dashing, leaping, spinning midair, and striking with calculated precision. Tommy, watching from below, froze. His heartbeat skipped. That's the White Tiger Zord. He breathed. But how? His voice dropped. What the actual fuck is going on? Aren't Zords supposed to be sacred? Zane had no idea Tommy was watching in awe. And even if he did, he would have shrugged it off. He had a mission. He reached into his interface. Activate Megazord skill card. The card glowed with a radiant light, then drifted toward the Tiger Zord. Time froze again. The Tiger Zord appeared within the grid itself, suspended. Its body began to split, arms, legs, head, chest. Each piece floated toward the Omni-Megazord. Click, boom, click. The limbs locked in place. The Omni-Megazord's armor became sleeker, deadlier. The Tiger Zord's head became a new sword, blazing with energy, longer, sharper, more radiant. The Omni-Megazord roared again, now evolved, faster, stronger, a divine juggernaut. Zane's eyes narrowed. All right, Rangers. Fall back. I'll take it from here. They nodded, knowing they couldn't contribute more at this level. Then, slash. The Omni-Megazord moved. One slash to Solaris. One slash to Krynox. Both Kaija staggered. Crack. Their armor split. Their cries rang out like banshees. Zane was no longer fighting, he was dismantling. Mesogog, watching from his dark fortress, slammed his fists into the arms of his throne, cracking them in two. Why is this new ranger so strong? He growled. Not only did he stop the city from being damaged, he's wiping out my monsters like they're nothing. He clenched his jaw. I must speed up the project. He must not be allowed to grow further. Back on the battlefield. Tommy stood silent, watching with a strange mix of fear and awe. This Omni-Ranger, he whispered. If he gets any stronger. I don't know if even veteran Rangers could stop him. Zane's Megazord stood tall, glowing with power. The White Tiger sword hummed with Omni-Force, energy from the omniversal grid, raw and unfiltered. He swung the sword downward, channeling everything he had. Blaze. Twin energy waves struck both monsters, breaking their guard. Sparks. Blood. Flesh. Metal. It all flew in every direction. But Zane wasn't done. I'm ending this now. The battlefield began to shift again. All three, Zane and the two kaiju, were suddenly transported into the sea domain within the omniversal grid. Everything turned blue. Time slowed. The monsters roared, disoriented. They were frozen in place. The domain itself was holding them, trapping them. Engaging full power. Inside the cockpit, two discs, one for the shark Zord, one for the tiger, began spinning wildly. Sparks danced across the interface. Zane's body trembled under the surge. Omniforce surged into the chest. The mouth of the shark head glowed crimson. Then, fire! Zane commanded. Ruoer. A massive blast launched forward, coiling midair into the phantom of a tiger and shark intertwining, then compressing into a blinding, planet-sized orb of energy. It exploded. Boom! A seismic wave tore through the domain. The monsters were engulfed, their screams muffled by light. The domain cracked. Reality returned. The battlefield was still. Silent. Both monsters stood frozen, then shattered. Their bodies crumbled, one to stone, the other to ash, before exploding midair in one final flash of red and white. Zane's Megazord turned its back, energy still pulsing off its armor. He exhaled, eyes closing for a second. Threat annihilated. The battle had ended in an overwhelming defeat for Mesogog's monsters. Smoke and wind carried the echoes of the colossal clash, but around the ruined, yet mysteriously restored streets, silence lingered for only a moment. Then, an eruption. Yeah. Hell yeah, that was awesome. We love you, Rangers. Thank you, Iron Man. Cheers exploded like fireworks across the city blocks. Crowds of onlookers, still recovering from the fear of destruction, now shouted their admiration with reckless joy. After all, it wasn't every day you watched a battle of that scale unfold with virtually no damage to your home. The Dino Rangers had already dismissed their Megazord, Zane doing the same with his. The heroes now walked amongst the people like legends stepping off the page. Zane in his Omni-Ranger suit took it all in, his visor catching the fading sunlight, red armor still gleaming despite the war he just fought. So this is what it feels like to be a hero, he thought, watching people cry, laugh, cheer, and throw flowers into the air. He smiled softly under his helmet. I'm going to love this. Tommy, still clad in his Zeo Red Ranger armor, approached him with genuine gratitude in his eyes. He extended a hand. Thank you for saving the day and helping the Rangers, Omni-Ranger. It means a lot. Zane returned the handshake firmly. It's my job. I hope we can work together more to protect the people of Earth as fellow Rangers. Tommy nodded, a small smile forming beneath his visor. We'd be more than happy to. Zane turned to the Dino Rangers. Stay safe. Stay committed to your training. We might face threats even more dangerous than this one. The planet's going to need everyone at their best. The Rangers felt a slight chill at the mention of more dangerous, but the seriousness in Zane's tone made them all stand taller. They nodded firmly. Zane gave them a final nod, then summoned his Omnicycle in a crimson flash. With a blur of red light, he vanished. Tony Stark, helmet retracted, whistled. The guy's strong. Maybe cool, but I'm still cooler. Natasha gave him a flat look. Clint raised an eyebrow, his face reading, seriously? Tony cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, I should get going. Tommy walked up to the trio and thanked each of them with sincerity before departing with the Dino Rangers. Mesogog's fortress, deep chambers. Mesogog roared. The walls of his lab quaked under the might of his frustration. Monitors short-circuited. Light flickered in pulses. Zeltrax and Elsa stood before him, silent, yet visibly tense. You incompetent fools! Mesogog bellowed. With a psychic scream, Mesogog launched a wave of mental energy straight at Zeltrax and Elsa. Their bodies convulsed. Ah! Elsa cried, collapsing to a knee. Zeltrax gritted his teeth, resisting the pain. You assured me Solaris and Cryonox would crush the Rangers. That they were perfected. That nothing could rival them. And yet, he appeared again, the Omni-Ranger. The chamber crackled with ominous green lightning. Mesogog's face contorted in fury. He humiliated my creations. He embarrassed me. He clenched his clawed fist so tightly that sparks shot from his palm. Mark my words. I will destroy the Omni-Ranger. His power is unnatural. Forbidden. A threat not just to me, but to everything I've built. His glare fell on the trembling forms of his subordinates. You have one task now. Find me a way to erase him. Or your minds will be the next things I shatter. Shield Headquarters, Intelligence Division. You said he destroyed the tracker? Fury's voice was ice. Natasha sat at the briefing table, arms folded, expression unreadable. Clint leaned against the wall behind her. Yes. I got close enough to slip it on during the crowd dispersal. It didn't last 5 seconds. He sensed it, then crushed it like it was nothing. Fury paced slowly, the tension radiating off him like steam. And no samples? No energy signatures? No suit scrapings? Not even a heat trace. Clint shook his head. Nothing. It's like he planned for all of it. Fury slammed his hand on the table, his one good eye burning. I don't like unknowns. Especially not unknowns that can summon city-sized weapons and bend physics that we have no record of. Natasha responded calmly. He saved lives. The city is intact. You saw the reports. And that's what bothers me, Fury muttered. He did the impossible. Effortlessly. That kind of power needs accountability. He stared at the digital projection of the Omni-Ranger. Static blurred the image every few seconds. Find me something. Anything. Or we'll be playing catch-up until it's too late. Zane POV, his apartment hideout. Zane arrived home in a blur of red, his omnicycle vanishing behind him. He pulled off his helmet, setting it on the table beside his tech console. His chest rose and fell as he took a long breath. That was close. The battle echoed in his mind, Solaris's rage, Cryonox's overwhelming strength, the moment his Megazord almost faltered. He'd won the battle with overwhelming strength and a skill that could be called a cheat code, yes. But only because he had another Zord. Moreover, the battle was continually draining his Omniforce. He walked to the window, gazing out at the now peaceful skyline of New York. If this is how it starts, I need to be better. Faster. Smarter. Stronger. He turned and faced his equipment. This is the Marvel Universe. A place where gods fight aliens and super soldiers can level cities. Combine that with Power Rangers tech and monsters? The threats here are layered beyond normal. Zane sat at his workbench. I need a base. A stronghold. My own Ranger fortress. A hub where I can strategize, build, train, upgrade. His eyes gleamed. I'll call it the Omni-Nexus. He brought up his holographic display, already sketching designs and listing the resources he would need. The fortress will be mobile. Hidden. Shielded. It has to be smarter than Jarvis, faster than any shield scan, and adaptable to any threat. Oh yeah, I was rewarded with Alpha 5. That would give me an extra edge. He cracked his knuckles. Time to work. But then, ding. The Omniversal Grid's voice echoed calmly in his mind. Mission completed. Distributing rewards based on performance. Zane leaned back with a smirk. Let's see what I got. Zane leaned against the edge of his work table, arms folded as he watched the translucent blue interface project itself from the center of his room. He had done everything he could during that battle. Protected civilians, fought with strategy, minimized damage, and brought down 2 Kaija-level monsters. Not a bad day's work. Plus 400 EXP added to total. Level 3. Current EXP. 160/300 A/N. Leveled up twice. Each level up requires 100 EXP more. Plus 4 added to all attributes. Blueprint acquired. Omniscythe MK.2. Custom weapon blueprint. Upgradable. Ranger form unlocked. Jungle Fury Red Ranger form. Beast Spirit mode available. Bonus reward, 50% discount coupon for Grid Shop, valid once only. Grid points, plus 10,000. Current GP, 18,400. After the level up, his body strengthened a little. He felt like he was being given a 5-star massage. Zane raised an eyebrow, visibly impressed. A new Ranger form? Jungle Fury, interesting. He tapped the air interface, rotating the glowing hologram of the red Jungle Fury suit. It looked slick, fast, and primal. perfect for close-range engagements. And that beast aura, he could feel the raw energy just radiating from the image. The scythe blueprint materialized next, showing an evolved version of his current weapon, built to handle sustained high-impact strikes and capable of absorbing elemental energy. Definitely worth the chaos, he muttered, saving the blueprint to his Ranger cache. Zane stepped back, letting the interface vanish as he sat down on his couch. His thoughts drifted to the future. I need a base. Not just a makeshift apartment anymore. Not with the threats out there. He needed somewhere secure, tech-filled, with room to train, store gear, house vehicles, and remain hidden. Although he had an inventory, he still needed a place meant for Ranger duties. It would look unprofessional not to have one. What if someone tracks him back to his house? He couldn't even imagine how catastrophic his normal life would become. Grid, he called out mentally. Online, master. I need advice. Where should I start building my Ranger fortress? I mean, how should I even proceed from now on? The silence lingered for a few seconds then. The road of power has many forks. A fortress not only shields the warrior but anchors his path. Seek not comfort in location, but harmony in purpose. Zane blinked, mildly annoyed. Could you, for once, not sound like a mystic monk on a hilltop? Cryptic paths reveal the clearest truths. To build what lasts, start with what matters, intention. The world will respond. You could have just said, figure it out yourself, he sighed. Fine. Be cryptic. Again. Still, the message rang deeper the longer he thought on it. Purpose. Not just location. Maybe it wasn't about finding some secret mountain bunker or isolated island, but something tied to what he believed in. Something that could grow with him. His eyes glanced back at the sketches on his tech pad. Omni-Nexus. A mobile, morphing fortress tied to the grid. A base that could warp across regions, operate autonomously, and adapt to threats. It wasn't impossible. It would just take time. A lot of time. All right. Time to start gathering resources. Maybe I can tap into rare materials like vibranium and adamantium. I think the Ranger universe also has rare tech and materials, too. A3, I still have to make lots of money for any of my transactions or plans to work out. Well, it should be easy here. I was a genius in almost every field of study on my Earth. But the thoughts began to swirl too loudly in his head. He was still riding the aftershock of battle, and now the afterglow of victory. He needed air. He stood up, grabbed his jacket, and activated the illusion field to make sure no Ranger morpher was invisible. The grid did say the Omni-Morpher has absolute immunity to any form of prying. The last thing he needed was a random shield drone picking up grid radiation again. Time to chill. Streets of New York, evening glow. The city was alive. Not just in the usual hustle and bustle way, but alive with relief. Smiles returned. Laughter returned. The terror that had nearly engulfed the city just hours ago seemed like a distant nightmare. Well, it would not have been this alive if Zane had never gotten the innocence skill. It's a win-win. Zane walked through the evening crowd, keeping his head low but his senses sharp. Neon lights lit up corners, steam rose from subway grates, and the faint thrum of jazz played from some nearby rooftop lounge. Where to? He whispered. Then he saw it. Nestled beside a bookstore and an art gallery. A small, old-school cyber cafe with the name glowing in orange neon. Haley's Cyberspace. Zane stopped. No way. This is the Haley's Cafe? From Dino Thunder. The place looked exactly like it did in the series. Same layout. Same glow. Same vintage signage. He stepped in, his curiosity fully piqued. Inside Haley's Cyberspace Cafe. It was warm. Cozy. Retro yet modern. Soft chatter and clacking keyboards filled the air. The scent of coffee and grilled sandwiches wrapped around the atmosphere. Zane stepped in slowly, then froze. There they were. Connor, Ethan, Kira, and to his mild shock, Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, and Ned Leeds. All gathered around two tables, working on separate things. Peter and Gwen were tinkering with something on a laptop, MJ was sketching in her book, Ned was deep in a comic. The Rangers were sipping smoothies and casually chatting. Connor looked up first. Their eyes locked. The room didn't go silent, but inside, Zane felt like it had. He had never stepped foot in here before. At school, he barely interacted. Always quiet, always composed. But now, after everything, here he was. "Oh hey," Connor said awkwardly. Kira blinked. "You're Zane, right? From school." Ethan straightened in his seat. "Didn't think you ever left your apartment." Zane smiled faintly, nodding. "Just needed some air." Peter gave a small wave, unsure. "You're in Midtown too, yeah? We've seen you around." Zane nodded again, then walked to the counter and ordered a coffee. All the while, he felt eyes on him. Not hostile. Just curious. He took his drink and walked to a corner booth. Pulled out his datapad. Started browsing through grid schematics, but barely absorbed a thing. His mind was half in the grid and half in this room full of people who had no idea who he really was. And somehow, that reality felt heavier than when he was in a Megazord. Blue Bay City, Ninja Storm Temple. Far away, nestled in the serene cliffs of Blue Bay, stood a humble temple hidden by mist and nature. Within it, a figure sat cross-legged in perfect silence. Then, his eyes opened. Sensei Watanabe. His gaze pierced through space, as if seeing something invisible to the naked eye. His calm voice filled the quiet air. "The darkness is near." The ambient sounds and activities slowly drowned out the earlier tension. Conversations resumed, the coffee machines hissed, and the occasional soft laugh echoed off the cafe walls. Still, Zane didn't feel completely at ease. If he'd known his classmates were already here, he would have picked a rooftop or a secluded library. But what was done was done. He leaned deeper into the corner booth, trying to lose himself in the schematics dancing across his digital pad. The projected model of the Omni-Nexus rotated slowly, displaying the potential structure for what could become his new Ranger base. It was beautiful, but unfinished. Still, his gaze shifted. Toward the bar. There she was. Haley. Same warm smile. Same calm presence. But younger. Maybe early 30s. "That's her, huh?" Same face, just younger, he muttered in his thoughts. Not wanting to stick out too much, he ordered a smoothie from the console. Something chill. Something to help him blend in. Then he resumed working, carefully ignoring the occasional glance from the nearby tables. What he didn't know was that, not far off, the table of students who knew him all too little were already deep in conversation about him. Group table. Back of the cafe. What's Golden Boy doing here? Doesn't he, never leave his apartment? Ethan said, slouching further into the couch with a smirk. Kira, sitting upright and wide-eyed, muttered back. He's not the type to do something without reason. So maybe it's something important. She didn't mention she'd observed him on more than a few occasions. Purely coincidental. Probably. A/N. Stalker. Yeah, Gwen added, chuckling. This dude's like a robot. Does everything with a planner, a watch, and probably moon phases. Who even does that? The others turned to her with half-lidded stares. Aren't you the same? Peter asked flatly. Gwen raised her hands with a grin. Okay. But mine isn't that bad. He's on another level. Peter leaned back, thoughtful. The guy's great though. Almost too great. Top of the class. Gym medals. Robotics club leader. Science fair champion. Honestly, when we graduate, I wouldn't be shocked if he's already building a company. He's like a custom game character with every stat maxed. All right, enough glazing. We came here to talk about assignments, remember? I am not failing this project again, Connor cut in, hands folded. But Gwen had other ideas. Her eyes glinted mischievously as she turned to Kira. Kira, isn't this your chance? Kira flinched. A chance? Mary Jane leaned in, catching on instantly. Yeah, he's alone. You always wanted to talk to him, right? Don't miss your shot. Kira's face turned crimson. Her confident demeanor cracked like a windshield under a sledgehammer. She sank her head into her knees. The boys exchanged confused glances. Kira's sudden change of behavior was almost surreal. Ned, seizing the rare opportunity, pulled out his phone with a devilish grin, intending to snap a pic for future teasing. Gwen, without even looking, turned her eyes toward him. A single warning glare. He paled, laughed nervously, and slid the phone back into his pocket. So, Kira, Gwen prompted. What do you think? After a painfully long pause, Kira stood up. All right. I'm doing it. Zane's booth. Zane was mid-scroll through an energy conversion schematic when he noticed a presence beside him. He turned slightly. Kira. Hey, mind if I sit here? His face remained neutral. Straight. Calm. His expression unreadable. Sure, he replied after a second. A small nod. He slid his datapad to the side and gestured slightly to the seat next to him. The silence lingered as she sat, fidgeting with her smoothie. Zane coughed lightly. So, what brings you over? Honestly? The others kinda dared me to talk to you, she said, trying to joke, though her voice still carried a hint of nerves. He gave a tiny smile. Not quite a grin, but the corners of his mouth lifted. And you accepted? Well, you're kind of a mystery I'd like to solve. Is that a pickup line? Zane chuckled softly. Not sure there's much to learn. Kira's eyes widened, seeing him laugh sincerely for the first time. She immediately composed herself and added, That's what all the mysterious ones say. The tension slowly eased. They began to talk about school, about books, hobbies. Nothing deep, but easy and light. Zane, though naturally reserved, was polite and insightful. Kira, once over her initial awkwardness, smiled more with each passing sentence. Back at the table, Gwen nudged MJ. Told you. Connor blinked in surprise. Huh. They're actually talking. Like a normal human being. Ned added, almost rising to his feet. Peter smirked. Score 1 for Team Matchmaker. Outer space. Unknown coordinates. Above the void of Earth's orbit, a massive metallic cruiser floated ominously. Black, jagged, and layered with archaic alien markings, it resembled a drifting beast more than a spaceship. Inside, seated on a throne of twisted bone and obsidian, was Lothier, arms folded, eyes cold, smile sinister. It's time, he said, his voice echoing with venom. My plan to conquer Earth is near. Although there are few Rangers on the planet, they should pose no threat. With that guy's help, it's a done deal. He stood. I will claim this planet and crush its pathetic ninja schools before they even breed Rangers. But he wouldn't do it alone. He walked toward a tall communication shrine embedded in the wall, tapping runes on the console. Zergain. A tall armored warrior appeared on the screen. Cold eyes. Silent, but sharp. Contact Thanos. Tell him. An old friend wishes to talk. Zergain hesitated slightly. Thanos may not be receptive. Not after the Morvax incident. Lothier waved his hand dismissively. That lovesick fool? Huh. He can be convinced. Tell him I know the location of an Infinity Stone. He would come running. That should be enough. Zergain bowed. As you command. But just as the quiet settled. Bam. The sliding doors to the command deck burst open. Uncle Luthor. Lothier cringed. He didn't even turn around. No. Guess what? I found this killer shade of cosmic pink that goes with my eyeshadow. Mara squealed. Capri followed, twirling in a glittery alien shawl. And I found boots that match your evil robes. Isn't that cute? Lothier turned slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. They told me bringing family would be good for my soul, he muttered darkly. Capri held up a makeup palette. Also, can we take the cruiser shopping on Nebula 9? I heard there's an intergalactic sale. Lothier growled under his breath. Someone remind me to vaporize whoever said this was a good idea. I had a wonderful evening. It was weirdly relaxing to actually talk to someone who had a lot of interests similar to you. It helped calm my mind a lot, away from the catastrophe that is bound to happen and my responsibility in stopping it. Well, it's Kira. To be honest, as a teenager in my former reality, I always fantasized about being friends with the Rangers. Now, it's a dream come true. As I unlocked the door to my house, I laid on the couch and took a deep breath, muttering, well, that was relaxing. But then again, I wonder why my past self never took the initiative to make friends with the Rangers. It might be because our memories haven't merged, so he had no idea who they were or what reality he was inhabiting. After contemplating and reviewing today's gains, I focused fully on the rewards I got, especially the new Red Jungle Fury Ranger form and the new Spirit Energy stat on my status page. Omniversal Ranger System. Name: Zane Callahan. Designation: Omni-Ranger, D+ rank. Age: 18. Level: 3. XP: 160 of 300. Title: Grid's Chosen, Transmigrant. Attributes: Strength, 20 + 9 + 4. Agility, 25 + 9 + 4. Intelligence, 30 + 4. Combat Aptitude, 50 + 9 + 4. Spirit, new 20 + 4. Morphin Sync, 100 + 9 + 4. Energy Core Output, 100 + 9 + 4. Skills. Primary Omni-Ranger skills. Click for more information and description. Secondary skills. Innocence skill type, B tier, growth, allows the user to completely prevent destruction or harm to innocence and the environment during combat. All prior damage in the active zone is reversed upon activation. Megazord skill, A tier, allows for the combination of incompatible Zords from different origins. Integrates permanently into the user's Zord core. System functions. Inventory, Alpha 5, upgraded, Heart Herb X5, Blueprint acquired, Omniscythe MK.2, Custom Weapon Blueprint, upgradable. Missions, none. Arsenal, Omni Saber, Omni Blasters, Omni Cycle, V-Blade, Quantum Defender. Ranger forms. Omni-Ranger series, primary form, Jungle Fury series, new. Needs confirmation to be unlocked. Megazord Bay, Shark Zord, White Tiger Zord. Morph Lab, suit/weapon customization, locked. Multiversal navigation and travel, locked. Shop, Ranger plus Marvel items. Grid points, 18,400. Whoa, my status looks more informative than before. What's the Jungle Fury series? Didn't I only get the red form? I muttered to myself. Grid, activate the Jungle Fury series, I said to the grid. Affirmative. Ding. Jungle Fury series unlocked. Congratulations, Master. You have gotten all 3 primary forms of the Jungle Fury series. Whoa, chill out. Do you actually mean I can access the red, blue, and yellow forms of the Jungle Fury Rangers? I asked the grid, shocked by the sheer absurdity of the reward. Affirmative, Master. Whenever you unlock any initial Ranger transformation, you get the opportunity to unlock the series. The primary colors of the Rangers on the grid would be rewarded to you. My eyes widened in shock as I muttered, that is actually good. The transformation data has been downloaded on your Omnimorpher, Master. Sick. I yelled a little as I raised my fists over my head. I planned to test it out immediately. Grid, isolate the area. I don't want any disturbance. Affirmative, Master. After relaying the command, I felt an invisible barrier sweep over the area. It was undetectable. The only reason I could feel it was because I ordered the command. I equipped my Omnimorpher, focusing on the Jungle Fury red form, and called out, Jungle Beast, Spirit Unleash. And like that, time slowed as I was transported to the spirit realm of the grid. A massive red tiger emanated from my soul as it covered my body entirely, its form radiating predatory intensity. As time resumed, the Red Ranger Jungle Fury form was revealed, its form like a man and a tiger combined. Its sleek gloves and boots thumped silently on the ground. The Three-Claw Paizug Academy logo at the chest now had a star-shaped circle around it with a parallel line running through it, signifying its connection to the Omniform. In this form, I felt connected to nature. It felt so weird, yet so right. I could tell this form was slightly stronger than my Omni-Ranger form. Damn, it feels exhilarating. Feels like I could fight for days. I punched the air twice, hearing the sound of air tearing and my TV breaking. Crash. Shit. I yelled, rushing forward to see my now ruined television. Damn it, that's what I get for being careless. I'll have to buy a new one, I grumbled, rubbing the back of my head. I turned back to my grid status and checked the new updates. Status boost, Jungle Fury red form activated. Plus 10 to all stats while transformed. Bonus affinity with spirit-based techniques and martial arts. Okay, This is way better than I expected. This form is crazy strong, I muttered as I flexed my arms. I might just keep this on standby for emergencies. General Ross Base. Thunder cracked above the hidden military base as General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross stood in front of a large holographic screen showing footage of the Hulk rampaging across a forest range. He slammed a fist against the control panel. Damn it. He got away again. Sir, a soldier approached nervously. The Hulk tore through 3 layers of reinforced titanium plating. We didn't stand a chance. I don't want excuses. I want results, Ross barked. Prep the squad. Get me everything, tranquilizers, gamma nullifiers, and neutralizing alien tech. I want Banner in a cage, not on the run. The soldier saluted and rushed out. Ross turned to his private monitor, pulling up a classified document marked SPD, Level 8. The direction of his movement is New Tech City. If SPD gets wind of this, they'll take him. I can't let them interfere. This is my operation. My asset, he growled. Ross stared out the window, face grim. This ends now. Forest outside Angel Grove. Tommy Oliver stood alone in a deep part of the forest, bathed in golden sunlight filtering through the trees. In his hands were 3 glowing dino eggs. A soft wind rustled his hair under the hood of his green jacket. He gazed down at the eggs with a gentle smile. The kids would sure love their new ride, he said, brushing off some dirt from one of the shells. Each egg pulsed with dormant energy, 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 yellow. Their time hadn't come yet, but Tommy knew the world was changing, and so he had to make sure the Rangers are strong enough for whatever comes. He looked up toward the horizon. Just hope they're ready. A week had passed since the incident downtown, and the world had moved on like it always did. For me, however, every passing day was just another reminder that I was in a place that followed 2 very dangerous fictions, Marvel and Power Rangers. Both of which, when mixed together, spelled nothing but danger for the average human being. But I wasn't average, not anymore. Today, our school was going for an academic field trip to the Oscorp Atomic Research Exhibit, a public event showcasing some of Oscorp's greatest advancements. It was one of those rare times students were actually hyped for a science trip. Hell, even I was excited, for a different reason altogether. Because this was it. The day Peter Parker would get bitten by the radioactive spider. I walked in with the rest of the group, adjusting my glasses slightly, eyes scanning the pristine, clean white walls of Oscorp's massive building. The air reeked of sterilized ambition. Security guards in tight suits lined the entrance, and lab-coated scientists were moving around like they were prepping for something big. Kurt Connors, the lead scientist of Oscorp's Genetics and Atomic Division, was in charge of this exhibit. One-armed and brilliant. Yeah, I knew how his story ended too, but that wasn't today's worry. Today was about Peter. I moved alongside the class, teachers guiding us through the corridors, explaining the importance of Oscorp's innovations. While everyone else was in awe, I was just observing, calculating, because I knew exactly where to be. We passed through several displays until we reached the genetics chamber. That's where the spider was. The room was dimly lit with blue and purple hues. Cylindrical glass cases housed mutated animals and robotic prototypes. Then I heard Gwen's voice. Are you sure it's 16 spiders? I only see 14-inch. Kurt visibly flinched and ordered a thorough search. He calmed down the students and said there was nothing to worry about. And then I saw it. 2 radioactive spiders. One hanging above Peter and the other on Gwen's shoe. Wait, is this also a mixed Spider-Man verse? Why would it be 2 spiders? I asked myself inwardly. If what I was thinking was right, then this universe is more fucked than it initially was. The spiders, shimmering faintly under the UV lighting. Its body was almost metallic. Oscorp clearly tampered with its DNA too far. And like fate playing a script, they both stood near it, unaware. I exhaled softly. Here it comes. Bite. Peter flinched first, hitting his neck, which effectively killed the spider. Same with Gwen. I narrowed my eyes. And now their fates are tangled in a web. I stared at them quietly as they rubbed their necks. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over both of their faces. Classic symptoms. Peter stumbled slightly. Gwen reached for the railing. I clenched my fists. I admired Spider-Man. Not just the powers or the suit, but the man behind the mask. The selflessness. The pain. The sheer will to always do what's right, no matter the cost. But the cost? It was too cruel. Ben. May. So much loss. So much pain. No one should have to suffer like that. Not again. Not if I can help it. Grid, I called inwardly. Yes, Master. Is there a way to break their ties to her? Clarify. The spider goddess. The one who weaves the web of destiny. You mean the web of life and destiny. The deity in question, Madam Web or Anya, depending on interpretation. Your intent is to sever their spiritual cords from the web. Yes. I want them free. Independent. Not tools. Affirmative. There are 5 possible artifacts in the grid shop that can achieve this. Each severs destiny threads permanently. However, each item costs between 4 million to 8,500,000 grid points. I sighed deeply. Millions of points? Well, I did ask. Freedom isn't cheap. Especially from fate. All right, Grid. I'll get it. No matter what. Even if it takes years. I'll free them both. A/N. Yes, I know. He is a ranger. Of course, he is a hero. Being helpful and kind is one of the qualities I like about we humans. Command acknowledged. Goals saved. Fate Liberation Protocol marked for future reminder. I took one last glance at Peter and Gwen, who were now being helped by a teacher. More chaos for New York, I whispered, almost laughing at the sheer absurdity of destruction centralized at New York. Especially now, with monthly kaiju attacks. Peter Parker POV. His head hurt. Really bad. Like a migraine mixed with vertigo. His vision blurred, and sweat began to gather on his temples. Mr. Warren, Peter said, swallowing hard. I think I need to go home. Gwen, next to him, nodded weakly. Me too. I don't feel good. Concern crossed their teacher's face. Did you both eat something strange? No, sir, just feel a bit dizzy, Peter replied. Their friends surrounded them. You guys all right? Ned asked. Is this like food poisoning or something? Mary Jane tilted her head. You two look pale as hell, Connor added, genuinely worried. Peter smiled faintly. I'm okay. I just need to lie down for a bit. Eventually, they were both allowed to leave. As Peter walked away, he felt his heartbeat thumping harder than usual. His skin tingled. Gwen stumbled beside him, catching the wall for support. What the heck is happening to us? She whispered. Peter didn't have the answer. But something inside him was changing. Norman Osborn POV. Slam. Explain to me. Norman Osborn growled, voice low and venomous. How none of our specimens have reached stability? A frightened scientist fumbled through a tablet. Sir, the mutagenic serum still causes cellular degradation. The test subjects, they just can't stabilize the changes. Norman walked forward slowly, eerily calm. Then, without warning, he grabbed the tablet and smashed it against the wall. Glass shattered. Scientists flinched. You're telling me, he hissed, that after billions in funding, decades of work, I still don't have a viable enhancement formula? We just need more time, sir, the man stammered. Norman glared, eyes twitching with fury. Time? Do you think I have time? The board wants results. Shareholders want breakthroughs. And I want perfection. He exhaled slowly. Begin Phase X trials. Inject subject, 67. I want a full mutation spectrum by next week, or everyone here will be replaced. They all scrambled away in fear. He turned away, jaw clenched tight. I have spent so much on this. It would have been easier if my plan for getting grid energy had been successful. But no, they said. You have to be chosen to use the energy of the grid. What a load of bullshit. I'll do what it takes to complete this research and cure myself in the process, he muttered as he walked out of the lab. So, it seems Gwen and Peter are going to be superheroes. I wonder if they would tell the rest of their friends. Imagine the Rangers finding out their friends are going to get superpowers too. That's going to be comical. I'm pretty sure they'll tell them eventually, well, except MJ and Ned. Oh well, it's none of my business anyway. We were still at the research lab, and it seemed like no one noticed the dead spiders. I took the liberty of helping them clear it out, if you know what I mean. Although I could extract the gene that gave spider people their powers, it doesn't mean the spider goddess would accept me. There might even be a severe backlash. Not that I want spider powers anyway, being a ranger is way cooler. I'll just extract their venom for any future use. But having Spider-Men in the multiverse even makes it more complicated. Although they aren't going to get world-breaking powers at first, they attract a lot of disaster, which in turn can bring endless problems to Earth. I have to compile several contingency plans. Brute strength won't solve everything. The weight of having power with responsibility is even heavier than I predicted. This is nothing like the force in my past life, I exhaled inwardly. But I'm sure I'll love every second of it. This is my dream, after all, I muttered under my breath. As I was daydreaming on current issues, Kira was walking toward me from behind. I sharply turned in her direction, sensing her gaze, and greeted her with a slight smile. "Hey, Kira," she replied, tucking strands of her hair neatly behind her ears. "Hey, Zane." She was beautiful, no doubt, but not enough to make me act like a simp. I don't really feel anything deep for her yet. Only admiration. "So, how's the excursion going for you? Anything catch your interest?" I asked, fully facing her. She chuckled and replied, I'm not really into all this science jumbo stuff. Geeks like Ethan, Peter, and Ned are the ones moving around like tourists in a museum. Oh, come on, I'm also a geek. Some stuff around here is really cool, to be honest, I replied, waving my right hand playfully. Kira placed her hands behind her back, fidgeting. "Well, you are the coolest geek I know." Wait a minute, is she flirting with me again? I was inwardly amused. "Oh, thanks, you're also the coolest person I know." Oh man, I sound so cringe. I need to level up the way I talk to the opposite sex. Kira chuckled, obviously amused at my attempt to compliment her. I'm pretty sure she was happy I was actually bad at something. Oh well, who can blame her? I was single in my past life too. "So, wanna go out sometime with me?" she asked, surprising me. Are this generation of youths really that bold? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Shaking off my confusion, I decided to humor her. Maybe she had some inside info about other Rangers. This could be my chance. "Sure, let's set a date for tomorrow. Can I get your number or social?" I suggested. Her face literally lit up in joy as she gave me her number, saying I could call her any time I wanted to. Well, I wasn't about to do that. I'd rather text. I don't know what kind of parents she has. After ending our short convo, Kira ran to MJ's side and started squealing in joy. MJ then looked at me and gave me a warning sign with her face. Hold on, wait a minute. Something ain't right. How the fuck did I get on her bad side? What I never knew was that MJ thought we were progressing in our relationship, and the warning sign she gave me was not to break her heart. Moreover, my mind was in chaos. I'm literally not that handsome. What's making Kira so happy? He doesn't know. I'll never understand girls. I stopped worrying about all of that since the exhibition for today had almost ended. It was quite interesting though. I got to witness the birth of 2 spider heroes. One of my lifelong dreams has been completed. Peter Parker's POV. Few minutes after the bite. My body felt weird. Not painful, but disoriented. Like a massive dose of caffeine had just kicked my system into hyperdrive and nausea. Gwen had walked out beside me too. I looked at her and could tell she felt the same. I clutched my bag tighter and said quickly, I don't feel good. I think I'll head home. Me too, Gwen said faintly. Connor and Ned looked at us, brows raised. You guys alright? Ned asked. Yeah, probably just tired. I'll rest up, I replied. Kira was about to speak, but Gwen waved her hand gently and added, We'll be fine. Just need to sleep. We left in silence. After getting home, I entered the living room where Uncle Ben and Aunt May were sitting on the couch watching TV. Peter, you're back early, Aunt May called. Hey May. Ben, just tired. Gonna head to bed early, I muttered quickly and began heading up the stairs. Everything all right, son? Uncle Ben asked. Yeah, I'm fine, I lied. I rushed into my room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Then I collapsed to the floor. My breath trembled. Sweat soaked my back. My bones felt like they were melting. What the hell is happening to me? I whispered before my eyes rolled to the back of my head. Darkness. Gwen Stacy's POV. The sun felt too hot. The air too heavy. I trudged into the house, practically dragging my legs. Gwen? Back already? My mom called from the kitchen. Yeah, they ended the exhibition early, I lied, my voice faint. My mom peeked her head out, brows furrowed. Really? That's unusual. Are you okay? Yeah, just tired, I said, forcing a faint smile. She didn't believe me. I could tell by the look on her face. But thankfully, she didn't press. I headed upstairs, locked my bedroom door, and collapsed onto the bed. My face tensed, forehead sweating, lips trembling. What the hell bit me? I whispered. Then I passed out, hands curled tightly into the blanket. Zane's POV. After the conversation with Kira, things went normally. The exhibition ended smoothly. No more incidents. No extra drama. I stood, arms crossed, taking in the silence of the now emptying lab. Then it happened. Beep, beep, beep. The Dino Thunder morpher on Connor's wrist lit up across the room. Only they and I could hear it. But before I could even react. Ding. A threat level notification has been triggered. Category: Young World-Ending Hulk. Strength level: D+, may rise with anger. A glowing red alert box popped up in front of me. My mind blinked. Fuck. I screamed internally. The late evening skies above Angel Grove darkened prematurely, not because of a coming storm, but because of something far more terrifying. Boom. A thunderous crash echoed through the city as a monstrous green figure landed heavily on the rooftop of a tall skyscraper, sending cracks down its structure. Smash! The gamma-fueled giant roared, fists pounding his chest in raw, untamed fury. The streets below cleared instantly. Citizens who had long become used to the occasional kaiju invasions and villain attacks scurried into underground bunkers and reinforced basements. The city's early warning system had already blared to life 20 minutes ago. But this wasn't some mutated alien or a giant biomech from another dimension. This was the Hulk. From behind the green behemoth, jets soared into view. This is Falcon 3, visual on the target. Awaiting orders, General Ross. General Thaddeus Ross stood inside a high-tech military mobile command center parked just outside Angel Grove, sweat glistening down his forehead as his eyes stayed fixed on the live drone footage. Send in the airstrike, he barked. We contain him now. That monster isn't making it another step. Yes, sir. Airstrike inbound. Missiles soared through the sky, slicing across the city's glowing twilight like vengeful meteors. But they never reached their mark. Hulk's eyes gleamed with emerald fire as he leapt upward, swatting one missile out of the sky like a fly. Boom! Another one exploded behind him, rocking the surrounding buildings and sending shockwaves through the air. Jet after jet swooped in, but Hulk was already moving. Ragahai. He slammed his fists into one jet mid-flight, sending its wreckage spiraling toward the ground. Another he grabbed by its tail, hurling it into a nearby building. Crash! Screams echoed, sirens wailed, and the earth trembled. Ross watched the destruction unfold, his heart pounding. He's absorbing more gamma energy, one of the tech officers muttered. Sir, readings are off the charts. Ross clenched his fists. This was not supposed to happen. Outside, tanks rolled in. Soldiers opened fire. The Hulk, undeterred, let out a monstrous yell as he punched a tank into the side of a building. Retreat! Retreat! Ross screamed into the comms. Get the hell out of there. Too late. Jets exploded midair. Tanks crumpled like paper. Smoke and flames engulfed the block. Even the reinforced military mechs deployed by Ross' team were smashed apart like plastic toys. The Hulk was a one-man apocalypse, growing angrier and stronger by the second. Tommy Oliver Dino Lab. Inside the Dino Lab, a loud alarm began to ring. Whew! Whew! Tommy Oliver looked up from his console, instantly alert. He swiped a few keys on the keyboard, activating the lab's satellite uplink. The large monitor displayed a chaotic overhead view of Angel Grove, complete with real-time battle analysis. What in the? Tommy muttered as he narrowed his eyes. Jets were being torn apart. Ground forces decimated. And right in the center of it all, the Hulk. He pressed a button on the panel. "Dino Rangers, report to the lab immediately," he said into the mic. He turned and activated another console, this one connecting to New Tech City's SPD headquarters. SPD Command, this is Tommy Oliver, Angel Grove Emergency Code 6 Zeta. We have a hostile Gamma-level incident. Repeat, Gamma-level. Civilian and structural casualties escalating. We need support. As the screen flickered, Tommy clenched his jaw. This isn't Mesogog's doing, he said to himself. This is military. Some failed experiment they couldn't control. He glanced over to the satellite feed again. And now it's our problem. SPD headquarters. Doggy Kruger stood silently in front of a vast holographic screen. The red lights of the emergency alert system painted the room in ominous hues. The moment the feed from Angel Grove began, he had already been watching. "Deploy C-Team cadets," he commanded coolly. "Gamma-class protocol. Do not engage unless fired upon. Priority is civilian evacuation." "Understood, Commander." An SPD officer saluted and turned away to relay the command. Doggy's sharp eyes followed the deployment markers moving toward Angel Grove. He then turned and walked toward the metallic desk at the far side of the command center. On it sat a sleek metal suitcase. With a slow breath, he pressed the release mechanism. PSSSSSSCH. The suitcase opened, revealing a faint golden glow that illuminated Kruger's face. Inside lay 5 custom morphers, sleek in design with the SPD logo etched across the surface. Each one humming softly with a dormant yet potent energy. He stared at them for a moment. "They are not ready yet," he said in a low growl. He closed the suitcase slowly. "Not yet." Outside the SPD base, ships began launching, streaking across the sky towards Angel Grove. War was coming. But the Rangers weren't the only ones preparing for it. Mesogog's Island. Inside a dimly lit, bioorganic command chamber that pulsed with strange green energy, Mesogog stood tall, his clawed hands resting behind his back. His cold reptilian eyes were fixed on the wide central monitor, which displayed Hulk's rampage across Angel Grove in real time. Buildings crumbling. Vehicles exploding. The military fleeing in panic. "Fascinating," Mesogog hissed softly, a cruel smirk dancing across his mutated lips. "Such raw, uncontrollable strength. A creature born of human error and hubris." Zeltrax approached from the shadows, his mechanical voice cold. "Do you wish to exploit this chaos, my lord? Shall we launch a distraction to further damage the city while the Rangers are occupied?" Mesogog slowly shook his head, still watching the footage intently. "No, not yet. The destruction serves its purpose already. But I see an opportunity here." He turned his sharp gaze toward Zeltrax. "I want a sample. DNA or blood. Send one of the shadow Tyrannodrones to retrieve it. Discreetly. Wait until the chaos peaks. The military will not notice one more shadow." Zeltrax bowed immediately. "As you command, my lord." Mesogog turned back to the monitor. "Add it to Project EXE," he whispered with sinister satisfaction. "Let us see what becomes of a beast when it is remade in our image." He chuckled lowly, the screen reflecting in his eyes as the Hulk leapt across Angel Grove, trailing smoke and ruin. In the end, victory shall be mine. Shit. It's Worldbreaker Hulk, I muttered inwardly as I stared at the grid's notification. Honestly, I would prefer the nerfed movie version of Hulk to this. This Hulk literally has the potential to battle cosmic gods. And let's not even talk about his connection to the one below all. This reality is even more screwed than I thought. The Dino Rangers had already left after receiving the notification from Tommy. It's been about 5 minutes. I'm not sure they'd be able to contend with this version of Hulk. It's like sending them to their demise. I just hope he doesn't get stronger before I get there. I made my way to a secluded spot in the area. I was confident in the cloaking capability of the grid. I could transform at any secluded spot or alley and no one would know. It was like a layer of illusion veiled their eyes. At least, that's what I think. I raised my Omni-Morpher and activated it. Omni-Morpher, lock on. Locking on, initiating phase 1. Then I transformed. It was flawless and beautiful as I felt the familiar strength coursing through me. I mentally commanded the grid to summon my Omni-Cycle. But something unexpected happened. Due to the nature of the danger, Master will be teleported directly to the location of the ongoing incident. My eyes widened slightly. Angel Grove was almost an hour from here. I could use my Omni-Blitz skill to get there in 30 minutes, but it would consume a lot of energy. Now that the grid was providing a better option, I couldn't be happier. Do it, grid. Affirmative, Master. Teleporting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Whoosh! And like that, I disappeared in a flash of red. General POV. A few minutes before the grid's notification, the streets of Angel Grove were in chaos. But surprisingly, there were few citizens in sight. They had all hidden in safe locations. This indicates that the citizens of Angel Grove have become accustomed to nonsensical destruction like this. They all probably lived here because of how cheap the rent is. Hulk was currently smashing through soldiers and armored military vehicles, his face twisted with rage and fear. Ragrar. He was confused as to why these tiny devils wouldn't leave him alone. They attacked him on sight no matter where he was. It was like whenever you see Hulk, pull out your Glock. As Hulk swung an armored vehicle at a jet fighter, he screamed, "Leave Hulk alone." Boom. A soldier beneath Hulk squirmed in fear. But before Hulk could smash him, a laser gun hit him on his back, and he screamed in pain. Arg. The soldier, seeing an opportunity to escape, ran with his legs practically at his back. A voice resounded in the area after Hulk's scream. "This is Space Patrol Delta. Disengage attacks." I repeat, disengage attacks. Ross, in his vehicle outside of Angel Grove, gritted his teeth in anger and frustration. They dare interrupt my operation? SPD thinks they can just barge in like that? That creature is my property, he growled, slamming his fist on the command desk. But even he knew the truth, the SPD were far beyond anything the US military could contend with. If he made one wrong move, it could trigger an intergalactic incident. That would end any leverage he had. Meanwhile, the SPD cadets moved in precise formation, weapons drawn and laser blasters set to stun. They circled Hulk with high-level containment grids humming around him. "Please calm down," one of the SPD officers shouted. "We are not here to hurt you." But Hulk wasn't listening. His mind was lost in the storm of anger and confusion. These new people looked like more cops, more authority figures, more people trying to cage him. His heart thumped like a war drum. Then, Rayahava. With another feral roar, he charged at the SPD unit. "Open fire," someone screamed. Dozens of laser blasts streaked across the space and struck Hulk square in the chest, slowing him down at first. But then something terrifying happened. His muscles bulged even further. His body radiated more gamma. His eyes turned bloodshot with fury. More pain. More Hulk. He was seconds away from smashing into the SPD squad when Zane appeared. In a flash of crimson light, the Omni-Ranger stood directly between Hulk and the SPD personnel. He raised one arm, catching Hulk's incoming fist with an open palm. Boom! The earth trembled from the impact. But Zane didn't budge. "Hey, big guy," he said calmly. Hulk blinked in confusion, trying to pull his hand back. But it wouldn't move. "Why don't we calm down a little, okay? I can help you." Zane spoke calmly as he held Hulk's hand. Hulk, seeing this unfamiliar little human, hesitated a little. Before he could calm down, a gunshot from Ross's men was heard. Hulk, who had initially calmed down before, screamed in rage. "Hulk!" Smash! Hulk forcefully removed his hand. Zane, seeing this, couldn't help but curse Ross internally. He would have completed the mission easily if the stupid soldier hadn't shot Hulk. Zane frowned slightly. "I was hoping we'd settle this the easy way. Guess it's tough love then." Then, with a smirk, he twisted his body slightly and kicked Hulk in the chest. The Gamma monster flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through several military vehicles before skidding across the ground, forming a long trench of destruction. Zane then activated one of his skills. Skill activated, Innocence. In a brilliant burst of energy, the battlefield rewound. Crushed tanks began to reform. Blasted buildings reconstructed themselves. Injured soldiers and SPD cadets gasped as wounds faded and energy flowed back into their bodies. Within seconds, the devastation was gone. The city was whole again. The people safe. The SPD soldiers stared in awe. Ross's command center was in silence. Zane stepped forward, facing Hulk, whose fury had not yet waned. "Let's end this quickly, big guy." Zane's POV. The dust hadn't even fully settled yet when I heard it, a guttural, rage-filled howl. "Raerg!" Pieces of debris scattered as Hulk burst out from the pile of shattered tanks and busted armored transports. His eyes glowed with raw fury, his massive chest heaving. Cracks formed beneath his feet as he stomped forward, lifting a full-sized military tank like it was a toy. "You gotta be kidding me, even after that kick." "He should have at least stayed down for some minutes," I muttered, shifting my stance. Hulk hurled the tank at me with frightening speed. Kerkum! I leaped forward, flipping into the air as I stepped on the tank in mid-flight. My momentum carried me into a full backflip. "Let's see how you like this," I muttered. My boot connected with the side of Hulk's skull with a resounding thwack. Hulk staggered back with a howl, his body absorbing the impact. But I knew better than to celebrate. "Rah!" He retaliated instantly, slamming a wild haymaker in my direction. I blocked with both arms, but the shockwave sent me sliding back. I gritted my teeth. "All right then," I whispered, cracking my knuckles. We rushed each other. Boom. A punch. Boom. A counter. Another. And another. We traded blow for blow, each strike resonating like a cannon blast. My fists moved faster than light to most human eyes, but Hulk kept up, his fists nearly as fast, and packing ridiculous power. 10 punches. 20. 30. Is this what a real fight feels like? I muttered through clenched teeth. But my inner thoughts were different. It was blood pumping. I yearned for battles like this. It was like my body and mind were hungry for it. Our fists kept on colliding at supersonic speed. I almost couldn't believe it. If the Hulk of this universe were this strong at the initial stage, how strong would he eventually become? I shook off my thought and concentrated on the battle. I redirected a punch back at Hulk, causing him to hit his face. Boom! A shockwave was sent, cutting through the atmosphere. I then sent a flying kick aiming at his jaw. Hulk unexpectedly blocked it and snarled in anger. Roar! He punched back, aiming at my chest. I instinctively blocked the incoming attack with my hands crossed above my chest. 40. A/N. This is the number of attacks exchanged. I skidded back a few meters. The surprise on my face was evident, but couldn't be seen because of my Ranger helmet. Damn, he's getting stronger. I have to end this fast. This echoed in my thoughts. I rolled my shoulders, making a stance for a strong punch. You're pretty tough, big guy. But I'm not done. 50. The ground beneath us should have been pulverized, but it remained pristine, thanks to my innocent skill. Every shockwave, every crater we would have created was nullified instantly, reversed to keep the city safe. From afar, the SPD troops and Ross men could only watch. Is he seriously matching that beast? One SPD officer gasped. What kind of material is that suit made of? Rangers aren't supposed to be this strong, a soldier whispered. Ross stood frozen in his observation vehicle, fists trembling. This power. It should be for the military. Ours. Not some unknown ranger. Inside the Dino lab, Tommy and the others watched with wide eyes. He's going toe-to-toe with him. Ethan muttered. That's insane, Kira said. He's holding his own, but Hulk's not slowing down, Tommy noted. And he was right. Mid-punch, I felt it. A surge. A spike in gamma. Oh no, I muttered. Hulk's eyes glowed brighter, his muscles expanded slightly, and the sheer pressure of his presence multiplied. Rah! His punch slammed into my gut. Crack! Pain exploded through my midsection as I flew backward, flipping through the air before crashing into a nearby office building. My innocent skill immediately activated, restoring the structure as I rolled out from the rubble. Gah! I coughed. Damn, he got stronger, I muttered, wincing as I stood up. I took a deep breath and narrowed my eyes. Two can play at that game. I raised my hand. Grid, deploy Quantum Defender. Max output. Affirmative, Master. Weapon manifesting. My signature weapon materialized in my grip with a bright flash. The Quantum Defender hummed with radiant energy, its blade pulsating with crimson light. Let's go. I dashed forward, activating the blade mode first. Swish! I slashed across Hulk's chest. He stumbled, growling. He charged. I switched to laser mode, firing a volley of beams that impacted his chest and shoulders. Boom! 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 He roared and swiped at me. I ducked and rolled. We clashed again. Slash. Bam. Crack. Move after move. I spun and delivered an upward slash, then flipped and fired midair. He grabbed a nearby transport, swung it at me, but I slid under and blasted the wheels, detonating them. Come on, Hulk. You're strong, but I'm stronger. I pressed forward, driving him back. One strike to the knee. A slash to the shoulder. A punch to the jaw. We were nearing 15 exchanges in under a minute. The SPD squad watched in awe. He's pushing it back again. How strong is this dude? This guy's not your regular Ranger. Even Ross was speechless. What in God's name is he made of? In the shadows of his fortress, Mesogog stared at the projection of the battle, eyes narrowed. He's stronger than I anticipated. This Omni-Ranger. Zeltrax stepped beside him. Shall we initiate a strike, Master? No, Mesogog snarled. We need more preparations. And patience. But rest assured, when the time comes, he would be crushed completely. I was currently dominating the battle and charging up my Omniforce, ready to end the battle. I couldn't drag this battle on for long. This is Worldbreaker Hulk I'm talking about. The dude's growth potential is crazy strong. I'd rather not be on the receiving end. As if the universe was mocking me, I felt it again. Another spike. Oh, come on. Isn't this too much of a cheat? Hulk had grown stronger again. His power now felt like a whole tier above. And I still had to stop him. Before I knew it, boom. Another devastating punch landed on my chest, sending shockwaves through my body. The world shook around me as the sheer force of the blow made my knees buckle. Ugh. I groaned, skidding back slightly, my boots digging deep into the asphalt. Before I could even think of countering, another punch slammed into my ribs. Then another. Then another. Before I knew it, Hulk had grabbed me by the torso and smashed me against a building wall like I was a toy hammer hitting a drum. Boom. 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 12 straight punches. One after the other. Raw, mindless rage behind each strike. My armor creaked. My bones screamed. The building behind me cracked, shook, and then exploded into rubble. But like clockwork, the innocent skill I'd activated before pulsed once more. The building rearranged itself behind me, brick by brick, as if reality hit a reset button. Still, the pain was real. My ribs weren't broken, but I definitely wasn't walking away unscathed. Before I could catch my breath, Hulk's giant green fist connected once more with my stomach, sending me crashing across the street, flipping through the air like a broken doll. Crashish! I hit the ground hard. Dust flew up around me. My helmet sparked lightly. I tasted blood, even if the system filtered it out almost immediately. The ground beneath me groaned in protest. Rafa! Hulk roared behind me. That was a victory cry. One filled with savage dominance. He beat me down and wanted the whole world to know it. Soldiers hiding behind wrecked vehicles peeked over in awe. SPD cadets behind protective barriers exchanged terrified glances. Ross watched from his command vehicle, eyes squinting in disbelief and fanaticism. This power. This is my creation. All mine. Ha ha ha. But me? I wasn't angry. I wasn't scared. I was ecstatic. Slowly, I got up from the debris. Each limb groaned under the effort, but I pushed through. As I stood straight, something inside me snapped. No awoke. My fists clenched, and a grin split my face beneath the helmet. So this is what a real battle feels like? I muttered, breath hitching in excitement. Heh, I love this feeling. Then it happened. Warning, Energy levels exceeding operational capacity. Grid overdrive mode activated. Tier temporarily elevated to B+. Duration: 10 minutes. My eyes widened beneath the visor as a blinding energy surrounded me. Flames? No. Omniforce. Raw, volatile, and radiant like a sun incarnate. It blazed across my armor, engulfing me in a fiery aura that surged into the sky. My body levitated slightly from the ground, rocks and debris hovering in midair around me due to the energy field. I couldn't even focus on the notification properly. The high I was feeling, this adrenaline, was on another level. The world around me vibrated. Hulk paused, his instincts flaring up as he sensed the sudden shift in power. Even in his rage, something inside him, some primal core, knew that the prey had just become a predator. Everyone on the battlefield, from SPD to Ross's soldiers, froze. That pressure was suffocating. A spiritual weight that bore down on everything. But thanks to my innocent skill, they were protected from the side effects. Just barely. Then Hulk roared and charged like a wild rhino. Raph. His fist flew like a meteor toward my face. With a calm breath, I raised a single finger and... clang! Blocked it. The shockwaves split the air like a thunderclap. Gasps echoed across the city. Even Ross's jaw dropped. The SPD command center started glitching as sensors tried and failed to analyze my output. I tilted my head slightly, amusement in my voice. "Hey, big guy," I teased. Hulk's eyes twitched. He roared louder and tried to pull his fist back. Didn't budge. Before he could even react, I cocked my arm back and, boom, punched him straight into the air. Hulk's body shot up like a rocket. Without missing a beat, I shot up after him, flying with pure grid energy radiating from my boots and limbs. "Oh yeah, I can fly now," I muttered with a laugh. General POV, Dino Lab. Inside the Dino Lab, Tommy stood silently, arms crossed, eyes locked on the screen. Connor's voice broke the silence. "Since when do Rangers fly?" Tommy didn't answer. He knew. He'd seen Rangers ascend past the skies before. But this wasn't normal. Even he couldn't look away. Kira and Ethan stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly ajar. Back to battle. I reached Hulk midair. Pow! Another punch slammed into his gut. Then again. And again. 5 consecutive punches. Each one thundered louder than the last. The 5th one created a shockwave so massive it parted clouds in the sky. "Rafik!" Hulk cried, flailing in the air like a ragdoll. But he wasn't done. That bastard was just getting started. His eyes glowed green as he absorbed more gamma rays from the atmosphere. He gritted his teeth and roared, shaking the heavens. I wasn't about to let him power up again. "Oh no you don't." My hand shot out, twin Omni blasters forming in my palms. BLAM! 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 Blue-white bolts of destructive energy surged toward Hulk. They hit him midair, knocking him further back. But instead of weakening him, it made him angrier. He glared at me with primal fury, aura flaring like a storm. He screamed as his muscles expanded. The sky turned darker. Clouds twisted around him unnaturally. It was like the atmosphere itself feared him. "Oh, come on. Is someone juicing this guy?" I screamed internally. But it was time to end this. I summoned my Omni-Saber, the blade bursting into existence in my grip. Power flooded into it. The grid surged wildly as I focused everything, all my Omni-Force into the weapon. The blade turned molten gold, energy swirling around it like a sun-going supernova. Then I slashed forward with all my might. Final attack. The blade emitted a beam shaped like the burning sun itself. Blinding, colossal, and deafening. It swallowed Hulk whole. K.A. The explosion shook the sky. The clouds vanished. The air screamed. Below, people stared upward, jaws unhinged. Ross's men couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. SPD cadets stood frozen in awe. Tommy and the Rangers were speechless. Mesagog, well, he was fuming in his fortress. And from the heart of that explosion, silence. Then, thud, a figure began to fall. The flames parted, and I saw him. No longer Hulk. Just a man. Dr. Bruce Banner. Unconscious. Falling. I dashed forward, catching him midair like a feather in my arms. I hovered above Angel Grove, sun gleaming behind me, banner in my arms. Silence. Utter, reverent silence. I didn't say a word. Just stared down at the city. Because they knew I was a storm in human form. The silence was deafening. Not a single sound echoed through the streets of Angel Grove. No cries. No gunfire. Not even the hum of energy weapons. Just a stunned, breathless city trying to process what had just occurred. Everyone was frozen in awe. The mighty Hulk had been defeated. Beaten almost to death. And the man floating above them with the unconscious body of Dr. Bruce Banner gently in his arms? He wasn't just another Power Ranger. He was a force of nature. Zane descended slowly, his overdrive aura flickering out like dying embers around him. The energy vanished, and with it, the immense power that had surged through every fiber of his being. His boots landed softly on the cracked asphalt. Banner's body rested calmly in his arms. The weight of strength faded from his limbs, replaced by a dull ache that only fatigue and adrenaline crashes could bring. Zane quietly sighed as the grid energy settled back to normal. That level of strength, it was only B+, he thought, setting Banner down gently beside the wall of a still reconstructing building. Then what the hell does A tier feel like? Or S? Or SSS? The thought made him smirk under his helmet. Well, he muttered inwardly, as long as I train and complete more missions, that level of strength isn't far off. He turned slowly, facing the soldiers that had been sent by General Ross. Many were still holding their weapons, but none dared raise them now. Fear clung to their hearts like chains. Zane walked calmly, no, intimidatingly, towards one of the nearest soldiers. The man trembled slightly as the armored figure stopped just inches away from him. "Where's your leader?" Zane asked, his voice calm but edged with unspoken menace. The soldier swallowed hard, eyes darting, his lips trembling. "I don't know what you are talking about." Zane stepped in closer, towering over him. The quiet hum of the Omni-Force radiated in a subtle pulse from his body. "Really no?" Zane asked again, this time slower, more menacing. "Are you sure you won't tell me?" Then came the pressure. Zane didn't even unleash half of his aura, yet the sheer weight of it sent a chill through everyone nearby. The soldier fell to his knees, overwhelmed by a terrifying sensation he couldn't explain, as if the very air hated his cowardice. "He's outside the city," the man yelped. "In a tank. He's using it to monitor the battlefield." "Please don't kill me." Zane didn't respond. He simply took a step back. He turned toward the SPD personnel, who had just regrouped after the battle. "Watch over him," Zane said, nodding toward Banner. "He's stable now. He won't transform again unless provoked." The SPD cadets nodded without hesitation. One even saluted. "Understood, Ranger." Zane gave one last look at Banner before raising his arm and activating his Omni-Blitz skill. A/N, a speed-type skill. "Let's wrap this up." With a low hum and a ripple in space, Zane vanished from the spot in a blur of crimson light. General POV, outside Angel Grove. The outskirts of Angel Grove were quiet, too quiet. Hidden under camouflage netting was Ross' high-tech mobile command tank. He wasn't barking orders anymore. He was slinking away. The cameras were off, most of his personnel scattered or apprehended. Ross was the last man standing in his own operation. He thought he could disappear into the night. He was wrong. Boom. Zane landed behind the retreating general like a meteor. Ross flinched hard, his head snapping back toward the noise. But it was too late. Zane was already there. He grabbed Ross by the collar, lifted him effortlessly into the air with one hand, and stared into his eyes behind the helmet's visor. "Do you realize what you did today?" Zane said, his voice calm, too calm. Ross squirmed in the Ranger's grip, his breath strained. "Yes," he spat. "I know what I did, and I did it for the glory of America." Zane's grip tightened slightly. "Glory, huh?" he repeated coldly. "So the destruction of an entire city, the endangerment of thousands of lives, the unleashing of a monster you couldn't control." His voice dropped lower. "That's glory to you?" Ross didn't flinch. "It's power. And only the strong deserve to wield it." Zane's helmet tilted slightly. I could end you right here, and no one would say a word. Ross's confident look faltered. Zane leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Listen to me, Ross. I've fought monsters, literal monsters, that cared more for life than you do. You hide behind patriotism, but you're just a coward with a badge and a bloated ego. Zane's grip lifted Ross a few inches higher. Next time you play God, I won't be as merciful. Ross's eyes widened. The calm voice. The cold threat. That unshakable presence. It was real. He was terrified. Zane then raised his free hand and struck the side of Ross' neck with precision, instantly knocking him unconscious. Thump. Zane threw Ross's limp body over his shoulder and activated his communicator. SPD command. I'm bringing you a guest. General POV, SPD HQ. Inside the SPD command tower, Commander Kruger stood with arms crossed as Zane walked in, still in full Ranger form, a barely conscious Ross over his shoulder. Kruger tilted his head slightly. General Ross, I presume? Zane nodded. One military psychopath. He's all yours. Kruger looked down at the unconscious man. He'll be detained and questioned. I'll make sure Earth's interplanetary policies include less of this. Also, Zane added, he had a small battalion with him. Soldiers under his orders. They enabled this mess. They don't get a pass. Kruger's eyes narrowed. I'll see to their apprehension myself. Within the hour, SPD had surrounded the remnants of Ross forces. One by one, they were cuffed, disarmed, and transported to New Tech City for investigation and containment. Justice was swift, cold, efficient. Zane stood quietly, watching the scene unfold. His job was done. My work is done here, he muttered, tapping his Omni-Morpher. In a flash of red light, he vanished once more. General POV, Angel Grove streets. The citizens, who had cautiously begun to emerge from their shelters, stared at the empty sky where Zane had once stood. There was awe in their eyes. Whispers filled the streets. That was a Ranger? Did you see him catch the Hulk? Is he an alien? A god. A/N. Some of them are new to the city and had never seen Rangers. He was amazing. People began to disperse, slowly returning to their lives with a newfound sense of security and fear. Whatever that Ranger was, he wasn't normal. Unknown POV, aftermath. The streets were clear. No one noticed the sudden crackle of green energy that shimmered near the alley. Then came a ripple in space. ZZZZZZZT. A shadow pteranodrone materialized, cloaked in swirling shadow tech and arcane mesogogen code. It walked slowly toward the spot where Bruce Banner had once been laid. It scanned the area with insect-like eyes, its system blinking once in acknowledgement. Target found. It crouched, reached forward with a long, metallic syringe-like tool, and stabbed it into a dried patch of blood left behind. Blood sample acquired. Subject, Gamma Entity, Dr. Bruce Banner. Mesogog's voice echoed from the drone's communicator. Excellent. Phase 2 of Project EXE shall proceed. Return. The Pteranodrone vanished in the same way it arrived, leaving absolute silence in its wake.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.